about it and why it's important to talk about it.
Absolutely. Eating disorders are really still pretty stigmatized illnesses. And I didn't know much about it when I was 18 and starting to really suffer. But I've since learned, it's a mental health issue, right? This isn't something that you ask for. It's not a behavioral choice. It's not your fault. But they are very serious life-threatening illnesses. And when I got really sick, I ended up leaning on my support system and learning that it was okay to ask for and accept help. And I ended up getting professional help with the Emily program. And I learned that my eating disorder wasn't about food or body image. It was really a coping mechanism for being really hard on myself, for stress, for perfectionism. And it was really important for me to put other tools in my mental toolbox that could help me deal with those things. And so I think it's really important for me to talk about it and share my journey and let other people know, like, hey, if you're struggling with something, you're allowed to ask for help. That is okay. It doesn't make you weak. It actually makes you incredibly strong. And I am who I am because of the amazing people who have helped me. And I think it's really important to share that.
Yeah. Did you really get very sick at the time?
Yeah, when I was 18 and 19, I was really, really sick. I ended up going into a higher level of care than just seeing a therapist weekly. Thanks to the incredible team around me, I was able to get healthy. And I was healthy for a really long time. And then I had a relapse a couple years ago. And that was really important for me to share and learn from because, when I relapsed, I went back and learned that, okay, I need to be better at saying no and setting healthy boundaries for myself and making sure I'm not overextending myself and kind of working myself into the ground because my eating disorder came back as kind of a final warning sign. Like this was the alarm bell that my soul was sending to my body saying like, you are working too hard, you're doing too much. You need to respect your needs. You need to respect that you need rest and downtime and more balance in your life. And so it's been a learning process, honestly, my whole life. It's a little scary to be so open and share that with people, but every time I do, I hear how my story is really echoed in so many people's stories. This is so much more common than we think it is. And I just don't think people should need to suffer alone.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you talk about it this way. This last racing season of yours, you raced at the Olympics in Italy, won bronze, competed with a bruised rib there, my goodness. But I want to ask you about your last race, March 22nd, the World Cup race in this country, Lake Placid, New York. You came in 12th, crashed in that race, maybe not the ending you wanted, but what was it like to have Americans chanting your name, American kids, hundreds of them waiting to do a last lap with you?
Oh, that was absolutely incredible. To get to finish out my career and do it in my own country and seeing the ski community come together, feeling so much love. It was breathtaking, and getting to ski the final lap of my career, surrounded by hundreds of kids, most of whom were wearing glitter, which is something that they might have picked up from me as a way to celebrate and center joy in ski racing, make it fun, keep it fun. That meant everything to me. It was so incredibly special, and that's a memory I'm going to carry with me my whole life.
Yeah. You're a Minnesotan. It's been a difficult year in your state. The fatalities, immigration crackdown. Anything as a Minnesotan you want to say about that?
Yeah. It was heartbreaking hearing about what was happening back in the state that, supported me and raised me with such kindness. And I am so proud of the people who have treated their neighbors, regardless of where they're from or what they look like, with kindness and empathy and respect, and gone out of their way to help others. And I think that, to me, is what's so beautiful about Minnesota. It is really strong community that is built upon love and respect. I was really thinking a lot about the people in Minnesota and racing for them at the Olympics and racing for anyone who stands for respect and honesty and kindness and having that come first. It was really hard for people back home, and it was really a scary time.
Yeah. Jessie Diggins, what's next? Are you going to stay connected to cross country, do something entirely different? What?
Oh, I am definitely going to be in close contact with the team. I'm not going far. I'm really excited to keep trying to inspire people and talk about mental health. That's really, really important to me to continue that advocacy work. So I'm excited to keep being able to impact people in a really positive way, but hopefully it won't be so hard on my body. So
I get it. Jessie Diggins, Olympic World Cup champion, the most decorated cross-country athlete in the United States. And a great pleasure to hear you tell the story, Jessie. Thanks so much.
yeah, thanks for having me.
You're listening to Here and Now.
Hi, I'm Regina Barber. Think about how many hours you're listening to Morning Edition, All Things Considered, or Shortwave in your car while commuting, running errands, or cruising around town. Now, something else to think about? Your vehicle can help bring you the public radio programs you enjoy and depend on. You can make that happen by donating a vehicle you no longer need to this station. Here's how.
Go to radioiq.org and click the support tab and select vehicle donation.
In all of these European countries, the leaders are walking the same difficult balance, which is how do we stay out of a war that our publics don't like or support, but how do we look like we're doing everything we can to prevent an energy crisis from taking over our economies?
I'm Natalie Kitroev. That's Today on the Daily from the New York Times.
Weekdays beginning at 6:30 on Radio IQ.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and from MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And City Space Productions, WBUR's creative studio for custom podcasts that tell a brand's story to ignite engagement, reach new audiences, or enhance customer connections. WBUR.org/creative studio.
It's Here and Now. NASA's live stream is up and running on YouTube and other platforms right now as the crew of the Artemis II mission flies around the moon today. Central Florida Public Media's Brendan Byrne tells us the crew will get a close-up view just 4,000 miles from the moon's surface.
The moon is not just gray. There are different colors, and looking for those different colors can tell us what the moon is actually made of and how long it has been there.
That's our interview with Brendan Byrne is at hereandnow.org. Also today, the crew will set a new record for the distance humans have traveled from Earth, surpassing the crew of Apollo 13 in 1970.
Meanwhile, Iran is under a near-total communications blackout. That's been the case since the U.S. and Israel began striking the country at the end of February. The authorities there have cut the internet for most people and disconnected phone lines. As NPR's Emily Fang reports, for many Iranians, that leaves only one option.
What would you do to get a message out to the world? For some Iranians, it is going to another country. I'm standing now on the Turkish side of the border where I see dozens of Iranians crossing on foot. Many of them have made an arduous land journey through these snow-encrusted mountains to here, to Turkey, so that they can connect to the internet. One of them is this man, traveling with his wife and 2 children. Like all the Iranians in this piece, he asked to stay completely anonymous because he fears arrest when he returns back home. His son needs internet for his work, he says, so the whole family drove hours and paid an exit tax to come to Van Province in Turkey to get Wi-Fi. They'll stay in Turkey for just a few days for internet and for respite from the bombing. So will this Iranian woman, who has just crossed as well. Her son lives in Western Turkey, and with the internet cut in Iran, she has not been able to contact him. So about every 3 days, she travels several hours to cross Iran's border into eastern Turkey, just to be able to connect to the internet to video call her son and let him know that she's alive. They won't even get to meet in person before she returns home to Iran because her son is too far away and is in university, she says. Iran's authorities have been spending more than a decade revamping their internet infrastructure and centralizing it to just a few internet ports leading in and out of the country, so they can shut it off during anti-government protests or during wartime like now. Abbas Malani, a professor of Iranian studies at Stanford University, says his friends in Iran are now paying exorbitant prices to buy just minutes of Starlink connections or access to so-called white SIMs, elite government-approved phone cards, which some Iranians are selling bytes of bandwidth from.
And it is extremely dangerous even to buy it because the regime has declared that this is a counter-revolutionary activity.
Malani calls the internet blackout a war crime because it leaves tens of millions of Iranians unable to receive warnings before Israeli or U.S. strikes fall on them. It's also decimated Iranian small businesses, which used WhatsApp and Instagram to reach customers. Malani says the regime is willing to bear this cost.
They feel, and I think they're right, that this is the most existential threat they have. That's why they have gone berserk. They're willing to pay any price, including bringing the entire global economy to a crisis, if that's the price the world has to pay for their survival.
But the internet people buy on the black market doesn't work very well. Many Iranians say they cannot open web pages or social media with it, and so they come here, to the city of Van, about 2 hours from Iran's border with eastern Turkey, looking for internet. We're sitting in a cafe in Van, and I just saw a man walk past looking lost. He'd just come from Iran a few hours ago, and he said he was planning to stay for just 2 days to check WhatsApp messages and the news and learn what was happening to his own country. He told us, can you imagine in 2026 that you can live without internet for weeks and weeks? In Van, phone stores are getting more Iranian customers. Shall we go to Vodafone? And one salesperson, Hamza Yildirim, says more Iranians have been asking for SIMs ever since January, when the Iranian government also shut off the internet and began arresting and executing demonstrators. These jaunts for internet are risky. Iranians can be stopped at the border. They can be detained after returning, Iranians say, if authorities discover suspicious messages on their phones. There are widespread fears of regime informants blending in with the large crowds of Iranians in Van, which is why most people NPR tried to interview refuse to be recorded.
But I mean, her mother says she should not speak because the security pressure is really high.
Yet others do speak. They leave Iran, and the moment they are out, they find their voices again. One of them is this Iranian woman traveling with her son. She says the only voice is the voice of the Iranian regime now because they have cut the internet. And in doing so, she says, they have shot our voices and cut our tongues. But the moment we can access internet, she says, we can talk for ourselves. Emily Fang along Turkey's border with Iran.
Here and Now is a production of NPR and WBUR. I'm Indira Lakshmanan in Boston.
And I'm Scott Tong in Washington, D.C. You're listening to Here and Now.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and from the Music Emporium, guitar sellers for more than 55 years, celebrating the enduring presence of music made on the front porch and center stage. You can learn more at themusicemporium.com.
Radio IQ and WVTF Music are in the process of upgrading our digital donation systems. So the online donation form on our website and mobile app will be temporarily paused starting on April 1st. If you want to become a member or make a donation during this period, please call our business offices at 1-800-856-8900 and select option 1. Thank you for listening and supporting public radio across Virginia. Hi, I'm Nikki, Radio IQ's new Director of Content and Operations, reminding you that you can take Radio IQ with you wherever you go. Simply download the Radio IQ app and listen to your favorite NPR programming and local news. Enjoy.
You're listening to Radio IQ on WVTF Roanoke, WRIQ Charles City, Richmond, WVTU Charlottesville, WVTW Charlottesville, WVTR Marion, WISE FM Wise, WQIQ Spotsylvania, WIQR Lexington, WEHC Emory, HD3 of WURV Richmond, and on 92.5 Richmond and 94.9 Fredericksburg. Radio IQ, a listener-supported community service of Virginia Tech, on your smart speaker and online at radioiq.org.
Fresh Air with Terry Gross is underwritten by the Davis H. Elliott Company, providing engineering and technical services to industrial partners since 1946. The Davis...
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2 o'clock p.m. session of Roanoke City Council on April 6, 2026. I'll ask our clerk, Ms. McCoy, to please call the roll.
Mr. Hagan?
Here.
Ms. Sanchez-Jones? Here. Vice Mayor McGuire?
Here.
Mr. Nash?
Here.
Mr. Vollison?
Here.
Ms. Powers?
Here.
And Mayor Cobb.
Here, and a quorum is present. I'm honored to welcome the Reverend Preston Tyler, pastor of Hill Street Baptist Church, who will deliver our invocation, and then I will follow that by leading the Pledge of Allegiance. I invite everyone to please stand.
To Mayor Cobb and City Council and all those who are here, let's pray. God our Father, we come just to say thank you for this day. We thank you for all that you have done in our life. And Lord, we pray that you come in the midst of this meeting right now, that you take charge, you take control, and you just have your way. You govern this meeting, Lord, as only you know how, that we as a city council, as the people, will come together as one and be that bright star city of Roanoke, Virginia, that we can be. And if we put you first, we know everything gonna be all right. In thy name we do pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We continue in our agenda. I'm going to ask Vice Mayor McGuire if he will certify our closed meeting.
Sir, I move with respect to any closed meeting just concluded that each member of City Council in attendance certify to the best of his or her knowledge that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only such public business matters as were identified in any motion by which any closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered by the members of council in attendance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I have a second? Second. All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Hagan?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez-Jones? Aye. Vice Mayor McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. Nash?
Aye.
Mr. Vollison?
Aye.
Ms. Powers? Aye. And Mayor Cobb.
Aye. And the meeting is, closed meeting is certified. Thank you all. A couple of announcements to begin our day. On April 20th, 2026, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m., Roanoke City Council will conduct 4 interviews to select 2 candidates to serve as Roanoke City School Board trustees for 3-year terms of office, each commencing July 1st, 2026. The 4 candidates that we'll be interviewing are Derek Cackness, Darlene Burcham, Christopher Link, and Donna Littlepage. That same evening at 7 o'clock p.m., a public hearing will be held to hear the views of citizens on these 4 candidates for Roanoke City School Board trustee, and an announcement of the successful candidates will be made at a subsequent council meeting. The Council of the City of Roanoke is also seeking applications for various vacancies on council-appointed authorities, boards, commissions, and committees, and you may access an application online at the city's website, roanokeba.gov. And finally, we have a series of community meetings and a public hearing coming up in the next 3 weeks regarding budget development. The first of those is this Thursday at 6:30 p.m. at Williamson Road Library. The second will be Thursday, April 16th at 6:30 p.m. at South Roanoke United Methodist Church. And the third will be the public hearing regarding the budget at 7:00 p.m. here in the council chambers. Again, those dates are April 9th, 16th, and 23rd, and that information is available on our website as well as through all of our social media outlets. As we turn now to presentations and acknowledgments, as we do at our 2:00 meetings, I invite council members to offer shout-outs of special things that they've seen in the life of our city between our meetings, and so this is our opportunity to do that. And today I'm going to start with Councilmember Hagan.
So I was able to attend the ribbon cutting for Chaos Corner. It was a fun little thing that the new business where you can let off some steam with some paint, which I'm all for all 7 of us doing if any of us want to take this up on that at some point. So just shout out to them.
My shout out goes out to the police department for having fun activities in the different parks of the city for our kids while they were on spring break. So thank you guys for the wonderful work you do in our community.
I want to give a shout out to all of the parents and families getting ready to send their kids back to school tomorrow. I hope everyone had a fun and safe spring break. I did. And I also want to thank the Clean Valley Council for a rain barrel workshop that they hosted in my neighborhood on the 28th. And remind everyone that there are ways that you can reduce your stormwater runoff fee by applying different techniques and practices in your yard. So if you don't like paying that stormwater fee, I don't like paying that stormwater fee, then you can lower that, and installing rain barrels is one way to do that. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to commend our police department as well. Anytime we can keep our youth engaged when they're not in school is a great thing and keeps youth potentially out of trouble and around good, positive mentors. So I want to thank them for all their work doing that. And then I also just want to acknowledge that this begins Saves Week, Roanoke Valley Save Week. And I got to give a proclamation Saturday at the Envision Center talking a little bit about the importance of financial management and saving, especially during hard times like this with so much going on economically. So if you're participating, I hope you save a little bit this week and learn some good financial management skills.
All right, my shout out is to Strong Cities, Pedal Safe, the City of Roanoke, Arts Connect Neighbors, and I might be missing another organization for the Easter egg hunt at Brown Robertson Park. They put 3,000 Easter eggs out. I thought that was going to take at least 10 minutes. I think it was a lot quicker than that. But thank you for that. And then I also wanted to shout out the Resource Authority who's here today. I joined them for their ribbon cutting at Kids Square last week. So they have a great, it's about water leachate or trash juice, if you'd like, and how we can prevent that here in the area. So I think it was a great way to get kids learning about the environment at an early age. So thank you to them as well for that.
I want to say thank you to our police department for hosting the Kids in the Park program. I think that was a great thing to do. The kids seem to have had a great time. Also want to do a shout out to the Roanoke Rail Yard Dogs for cinching a playoff spot. They're number 3, so go Rail Yard Dogs. So I think they have their first playoff here in Roanoke at the Civic Center on Thursday. So everybody get a ticket and go.
Thank you. Councilwoman Powers, are they going to let you throw out the first puck? Are they going to let you throw out the first puck?
Probably not, because I get too excited. I couldn't even watch the playoffs because we just like, oh man, I can't stand this. So, but
That's great news. We're proud of them. My shout outs are for the Nowruz Festival. This was the 5th year, held a couple weekends ago. This is a celebration of the Persian New Year, and it was lovely to see the community come together to celebrate food and culture and dance and stories. And then also wanted to commend Councilwoman Sanchez-Jones and the whole team that came together to cut the ribbon for the new Plaza de Esperanza at Williamson Road Library. It's a fantastic playground. I was talking with the representative from the company that designed it and installed it, and it's actually a Danish company from Denmark, and they have been showing pictures of this around the world as a model for how to to create a playground that not only blends in so beautifully and tells the story of the neighborhood that it's in, but is completely accessible. I don't know how many of you remember, I certainly growing up, we had playground equipment that no longer exists, including the huge metal slides that are now deemed unsafe, and that tilt-a thing that you could, well, they're back. Those tilt things are back, those spinners, but they're level to the ground. And there's one at this playground, and it's accessible. So if you've got a child or if you're a senior in a wheelchair, you can still spin. There's room for you to go in, and it's completely safe. So it's nice to see some of those favorite playground toys coming back to life. So I just want to commend everybody who is involved in that. We have a couple of proclamations today, and so first I'm going to ask the team from National Donate Life Month to please join me here at the podium. It's my honor to welcome Ms. Afton Jamerson, Trauma Program Director, Carilion Clinic, Roanoke Memorial Hospital, and Mr. Alex Brendel, Regional Hospital Development Coordinator, LifeNet Health, to join me in the presentation of this proclamation. This is in honor of National Donate Life Month. Whereas April is recognized nationally as Donate Life Month, a time to raise awareness about the life-saving and healing power of organ, eye, and tissue donation, and to honor those whose generosity gives others a second chance to life. Whereas organ and tissue donation are profound acts of compassion and humanity, and one donor can save up to 9 lives and improve the lives of more than 75 others through the gift of donation. Whereas we honor the donors who have given this ultimate gift, the families who supported their decisions with courage and love, and the medical professionals whose skill and dedication make transplantation possible. Whereas the need for donors remains urgent, with more than 108,000 Americans currently on the national transplant waiting list, including more than 3,200 Virginians awaiting a life-saving call, while residents here in Roanoke are also among those hoping for the chance to see another birthday, milestone, or ordinary day with loved ones. Whereas every 10 minutes, another person is added to the national transplant waiting list, and registering an organ, eye, and tissue donor offers hope to individuals and families in our community and across the nation. Whereas National Donate Life Month is an opportunity for all Roanokers to reflect on the power of generosity, to have meaningful conversations with their loved ones about donation, and to consider registering as donors through the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles or Donate Life Virginia. Now, therefore, I, Joseph L. Cobb, Mayor of the City of Roanoke, encourage all residents to learn more about organ, eye, and tissue donation, to share their wishes with their families, and to register as donors to help save and heal life. Do hereby proclaim April 2026 throughout this great 8-time All-America city as National Donate Life Month. Congratulations.
We just want to thank Mayor Cobb for this proclamation, and we do encourage everyone to learn more about organ donation, the power of it, and have those conversations with your loved ones. Thank you all so much.
Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Would any council members like to share anything with this team? Always like to give the opportunity if you can.
Well, I'm an organ donor. I'll just say thank you for your work, and we appreciate it and encourage others to look into it and sign up.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Sonia Roman, our E911 manager, to come and join me at the podium, and then we're going to bring up your team in a little bit. This proclamation is in celebration of National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any moment, and during those critical times, the community relies on highly trained professionals who bring calm to chaos, answering calls for help with clarity, compassion, and professionalism. Whereas public safety telecommunicators are essential public safety personnel, I would say the front line, literally, serving alongside law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel as the vital link between those in crisis and the responders who arrive on scene to provide help. Whereas these dedicated professionals are often the first voice heard during an emergency, providing life-saving instructions such as CPR guidance, choking assistance, and other critical medical instructions that can mean the difference between life and death before responders arrive. Whereas public safety telecommunicators routinely guide callers through extraordinary and emotional moments, including assisting with the delivery of babies, helping people escape dangerous situations, and offering reassurance during some of the most frightening moments of a person's life. Whereas they also protect the safety of law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel by coordinating information, monitoring radio communications, and ensuring field responders have the critical information they need to safely serve our community. Whereas beyond emergency response, public safety telecommunicators also serve as the after-hours contact for many city departments, including Public Works and Human and Social Services, ensuring essential city services remain available to the community at all hours. Whereas the professionals of the City of Roanoke 911 demonstrate a culture of continuous learning, professionalism, and high standards through a strong commitment to training, development, and operational excellence. Whereas this commitment to excellence is reflected through the agency's achievement of CALIA accreditation and Public Safety Communications Training Program accreditation, nationally recognized standards that reflect accountability, professionalism, and best practices in public safety communications. Whereas the individuals who serve as public safety telecommunicators bring dedication, resilience, empathy, and professionalism to their work each day, representing a culture built on teamwork, trust, and an unwavering commitment to protecting the community. Now, therefore, I, Joseph L. Cobb, Mayor of the City of Roanoke, recognize and honor these exceptional individuals for their invaluable contributions to public safety and to our community, and do hereby proclaim the week of April 12 through 18, 2026, throughout this great 8-time All-America City as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire, members of council, and City Manager Turner, City Attorney Carini. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I would also like to recognize the city clerk and the entire clerk's office for their work in coordinating this presentation. Your dedication behind the scenes keeps everything running smoothly, and I appreciate it. Every day, often without recognition, the professionals inside our 911 center answer the call when someone is experiencing one of the most critical moments of their life. In seconds, they gather information, make decisions, and set into motion the response that can change an outcome forever. They are the voice that directs, the presence that stabilizes, and the connection that brings help exactly where it is needed. They do not wear turnout gear or a badge, yet they carry the same weight of responsibility. Their words guide responders through uncertainty. Their decisions shape outcomes. Their work is immediate, impactful, and often unseen, but never unimportant. This work demands precision, compassion, and resilience. It requires people who are willing to show up each day, ready to give their very best for our community that may not ever know their names, but depends on them in its most critical moments. This afternoon, we are proud to say that we're not just a center that answers calls. That's not who we are. We are a team united by purpose. We're driven by service, and commitment to excellence is everything that we do. At this time, we have some dedicated team members with us today. And if you are here from our 911 center, please stand so that we may be able to recognize you. We have sort of a surprise today. I want to add that each year we recognize a Communications Officer of the Year within our center. This is typically done internally, but today we wanted to take a moment, thank you so much, to take a moment to share this recognition with you, the members of council and community that we honor and serve, so that you can see firsthand the caliber of professionals behind the scenes. This year's recipient is someone who truly represents the very best of our profession, and what I'm about to share comes directly from the voices of her coworkers, the people who work best beside her, every day and know her impact firsthand. They describe someone with an unwavering commitment to policy and procedure, ensuring every call is handled with accuracy and care. They say she is a person that she will ask questions when needed, because she will not only find the answer, but make sure everyone understands it. They speak to her leadership as a certified training officer, investing in the next generation and creating a supportive, inclusive environment where others can succeed. They highlight how she consistently volunteers her time, supports her team across shifts, and contributes to the initiatives that strengthen morale and professionalism throughout the center. They share how in moments of change she brings clarity. During the implementation of new systems, she asked thoughtful questions, encouraging collaboration, and helped ensure her team was prepared to succeed. And they point to moments of crisis where her impact is undeniable. During a recent May Day incident involving multiple firefighters, they describe how she remained steady, composed, and precise. When it mattered the most, her voice carried direction, confidence, and purpose, helped guide responders through a critical situation and supporting their safe return. Her coworkers describe her as a dependable, direct, and deeply committed. They talk about her ability to lift others up, to create an environment where everyone feels included, and to lead with both strength and compassion. They describe someone who shows up every day ready to serve, ready to learn, and ready to make a difference. It is my honor to recognize, and she doesn't know that she's being recognized, this year's Communication Officer of the Year, Felicia Stores. She doesn't know that your family is behind you all the time. They were sitting behind you. Your husband is there. Thank you. So Felicia, you remain here, and I'm going to ask real quickly if our members can come up. We have one more quick award. And Tracy Shelton is going to come and read that if you just have a few minutes. We don't often come before you, so we're taking advantage of it while we're here.
Congratulations, Felicia. This year, we received a number of strong nominations, and one nominee in particular stood out to her peers for her professionalism, her leadership, and dedication that she brings to the Communications Center every single day. In the nominations submitted by her peers, she was consistently described as someone who takes great pride in her roles and responsibilities. Her coworkers shared that she might not only meet expectations, but she regularly exceeds them, demonstrating professionalism, compassion, and dedication to the work we do in public safety communications. She exemplifies our motto of one team and one purpose. Her peers described her as someone who is always ready to step in when a teammate needs help, whether assisting during periods of high call volume, supporting a coworker after a difficult call, or simply being a listening ear when someone needs it. She shows what it truly means to be part of a team. Her positive attitude and adaptability were especially evident during the transition to our new EMD system. While learning the new process, she immediately saw the opportunity it provided to improve our service. Her ability to remain calm and focused during critical incidents also sets her apart. During a high-risk situation involving an armed individual, she remained composed and prepared for radio traffic for police officers, ensuring that the responding officers received timely updates every step of the way. She's also received a letter of accommodation for assisting with a child delivery in a vehicle, giving instructions step by step until delivery prior to medics even arriving. Beyond individual calls, she contributes to growth and development of others in our center. She frequently helps coworkers with quality assurance questions, operational processes, and ways to improve efficiency. Her willingness to share knowledge and mentor others has been her valued resource for our entire team. Through her professionalism, her leadership, and commitment to serving both her colleagues and community, I want you to please help me join congratulating Hannah Brewster as this recipient of the Excellence and Impact Award.
I'm gonna need everybody to squeeze in. One, two, three. Thank you.
Mayor? Maybe I can.
I think we have some council members that would like to respond to this as well. So Councilman Volleson?
Yes, I just wanted to thank all of our telecommunications workers. I know that it's one of the things that we're trying to do is to get y'all on the same level as other emergency responders. I hope that we can continue to push that and get that through on the state level so that we can appropriately give you the things that you deserve, because it is not easy to deal with these situations of life and death and of deep tragedy and having to go into work every day knowing that that's what's going to be coming on your plate. So I thank you very much for what you do for our city. You guys are all heroes in my eyes, and congratulations.
Thank you. Ms. Powers?
I want to say thank you, too. You know, we don't really know how much we appreciate what you do until we need them. And I would tell you, a few weeks ago, I needed you. And I helped take care of an elderly gentleman that I was checking on who had fallen in his house. And normally I don't panic, but I panicked. I didn't know what to do. So, of course, I had to call 911, and you were just phenomenal about keeping me calm so that we could get him. I mean, honest to God, I was ready to throw something through the window and break the window to get in the house. But the fire rescue got there, helped us. So thank you so much for what you do. I just don't know what else to say, but you are truly God sent. Thank you.
Others? Councilwoman Sanchez-Jones.
I just want to say thank you to the whole staff, and also to bringing light to people to let them know that our first communications specialists are not considered as first responders, when indeed they are. So I think we need to look into that a little bit more and keep pushing legislation to have it changed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roman, and thanks to the whole team. Let's give them, again, one more round of applause. We turn now to item 3 in our agenda, the hearing of citizens upon public matters. This is a time that council sets aside as a priority for citizens to be heard. All matters will be referred to the city manager for response, recommendation, or report to the council as she may deem appropriate. I am going to ask that if any citizens signed up to speak specifically about the resolution regarding the caretaker's cottage, I'd like to defer those until we bring that item up a little later in the agenda. If there are people that signed up to speak about multiple things that may include that, you can speak at this time. Do we have citizens signed up to speak? Oh, and before we get into calling everybody up, everyone will have 3 minutes. When you come up to the podium, the mic is already live. Just adjust it to your height. There's a box in the upper right-hand corner. The green light means go, yellow means you have 1 minute left, and red means stop. And if you're mid-sentence or phrase, I'll help you wind it up. But we are glad that you're here and that you've taken time out of your day to come and speak before City Council. So at this time, I'll ask our clerk to call our first 2 speakers.
The first 2 speakers, Bill Mason and Dr. Brenda Hale. Okay, you, Washington Park? Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, we got it. Thank you. Mr. Mason, welcome.
Thank you, Bill Mason, and thank you for your time, Mayor Cobb, members of council, City Attorney Carini, and City Manager. Thank you. I'm here to talk about our Architectural Review Board and the application process we have for homeowners to do virtually anything in on their homes in the Old Southwest neighborhood. You need to get a certificate of appropriateness, and that there's a good explanation of how to do that online. And the explanation goes on to say that you will be administratively contacted by somebody from the city within 5 to 10 business days. Well, I can tell you, I put an application in 30 days ago, and I haven't heard from anybody yet. Now, I've been on the Architectural Review Board for 9 years. We've worked really hard to try to make it more appealing to buy and work on your property in Old Southwest. And what's happened at this point is our staffing situation is such that we have applications pending that have had no action that are over 4 or 5 months old. So we got homeowners in the Old Southwest neighborhood who they might want to repair their porch, and they can't do it legally because they can't get a COA, and then they can't get a permit. So we need a solution, and it's not that, okay, we need to hire some people. Okay, I know we need to do that, but people are waiting, and they're, you know, they want to do things now, and they're going to go ahead and do it. I mean, we're going to get that, right? And so they'll come to the board, and we'll say, well, we want to approve what you did in the history, and then it'll come to you all, and you'll be going through this. So we need some action. We need to clear up that backup. There are multiple ways. I volunteered. I think that the board could do some of the administrative pieces. We could appoint another or several more people as consultants to the board, or actually we have a term, agent. So we have an agent, and they can do a lot of things. Well, the agent's covered up with multiple jobs right now, and so more agents, do something like hire Hill Studios and get them to help us, something. We need something quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason, and I appreciate you giving us the context and perspective on this. I believe Ms. Turner is going to speak in a little bit about an update on where we are in the planning department with addressing some of these backlogs, unless you want to do some of that now.
I can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. So we have a couple things. We are bringing on a consultant I'm going to be meeting with them this week relative to doing an entire assessment on the department. As you know, I have split the department, so the primary focus is on planning, zoning, and development. I removed sustainability, I removed code enforcement, I removed sustainability, code enforcement, what was it? Housing. And the HUD programs, I moved all of them out, so the sole focus for the department remains on planning, development, and zoning. Coupled with that, we have 2 consultants that will be starting to work on the backlog. I meet with them this week as well. They will be working through the Berkeley group, and they will be working every week, and they'll be helping staff with the backlog.
Thank you for that. And I also want to thank Mr. Mason for the offer of the Architectural Review Board members to, if they can actively play a role in that, even in assisting these personnel, that would be helpful. Thank you. All right, our next 2 speakers.
Angie Bird, Kathy Cohen.
Welcome, Ms. Bird.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you, City Attorney. I can't remember all your names, but I know them right there. And Ms. Turner, of course. I want to really thank you guys. The budget proposal that you guys had and that I attended to last time, it was great. It was so helpful to see where everything's going, what the overall plan was. I thought that was eye-opening, and I wish it was seen by more people. Because I think the problem is we have a lot of people that don't want to do any of the work of investigating where things are going. They just want to complain about where money's going. So, but I appreciate that you guys are very open and honest about that stuff. That was really helpful. The things I really liked about it is that you were thinking about increasing pay for employees. I think that is a really important and a big value of anybody. We need people on a living wage and a competitive wage. I really liked trying to get rid of 3 years of debt in 1 year. That sounds difficult, but also, like, I think Ms. Turner came in at a time in which that kind of ingenuity, I don't know if that's the right word, but that kind of like incentive and like going at it is really important for our budget. Also, I can't commend the monthly meetings that you guys talked about starting to have with all the entities. I don't know all the language, but I thought, because most of the people that are probably running those agencies are not budget people, right? That's not why they were put in those areas. They just happen to be moving up the ranks, and I think that's a really important thing to do, and I really liked that. What I do want to capitalize a little bit more on is the first 2 things don't seem to include school employees. So they won't be getting any increase in pay. Actually, they're losing 65 people. They pay their own debt services. I'm learning terms here. They pay their own debt services, and I think one of the things that most of the entities that the city has do not do that. There are the 40% funding was, that came up so fast. 40% of the funding was determined as a negotiation. So when it was done together, we've talked with plenty of people that were on that committee and on the city council when they worked together. There are plenty of things that the schools pay for that most schools don't necessarily pay for, like the police at the schools, like the debt services. Those things can be negotiated, but just to decrease the percentage overall and not think about how much the school negotiated to pay for that most schools don't pay for in schools, I think is something that you guys are really missing, and I would prefer you to take a better look at that. I think we all have a very similar mission. We all want Roanoke to do really well. We just may see that maybe it's going to take longer than 1 year. I think thinking about getting rid of 3 years of debt in 1 year by getting rid of 6% of what we usually give schools is not the way to do it. I think coming up with other strategies would be more important. One more thing, I'm just here to remind you that parents are voters too, and that I really love that you guys are having those budget opportunities for us to meet with people. I don't know who's coming, so that would maybe be helpful for me. Like, is City Council coming? Is Ms. Turner coming? Who's going to be putting on those so that we can have a better idea of what to bring to those meetings?
Thank you. And to answer that, I'm sure that some of council will be there at one or both. I know we'll all be there for the public hearing. These meetings will be led by our finance budgeting management team. So you'll have great opportunity to talk with them. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council members, and staff, it's good to be with you here today. Over the past few months, I have listened to many parents, teachers, and even our wonderful and bright children express to you how difficult the $16+ million shortfall in needed funding for Roanoke City Schools will be. I know these are difficult discussions and that all of you wish that you did not feel the necessity to enact these very negative, challenging changes to school funding formula. I would, however, like to present you with an opportunity to see a few of these issues in a different light. First, a few words about my own experience with RCPS. Though I lived in the county at the time, I petitioned for my own daughter to attend RCPS, and she was able to take advantage of the Plato program at Raleigh Court Elementary School, the International Baccalaureate and Modern Dance program at Ruffner Middle School, and the Center for Humanities at Patrick High School. Her years at RCPS, the existence of these programs that met her needs, and the wonderful teachers who understood innately both her strengths and her weaknesses, set her on a path to success. Today, in large part due to the education she received in Roanoke City, she is a triple board-certified adult and pediatric pulmonologist who was on the front lines in the ICUs treating people during the COVID pandemic. The investment that our city made in RCPS during that time helped my young child and many others to flourish and to make true differences in our society. Historically, the 40% funding formula that was enacted in 2011, and since that time that RCPS has truly flourished with excellent programs, significantly increased graduation rates, and a reputation for excellence that has brought, that has brought many families to our area knowing that here their children would receive a top-notch education. It is, however, and was not, a one-sided agreement. In exchange for the 40% funding formula, the schools agreed to pay for their own SROs and debt funding. My understanding is that previously the city paid entirely for the SROs, and the debt funding was evenly split. To the greatest extent, this agreement was an unwritten contract between the RCPS and the city. Since the city has found it necessary to break this unwritten contract, it seems only appropriate that the city should then resume paying. Can I just go on?
Wrap it up, please.
Okay. Should only go on paying for their half of the school debt. $1.5 million for the SROs, and $6.5 million is 50% of the debt funding. If the residents of the city cannot count on City Council to uphold well-thought-out and negotiated contracts, even unwritten ones, of past city councils, it will lead to a lack of faith in the city leadership and ultimately to an increased hostile relationship between RCPS, the PTAs, and the council. This is in no one's best interest. Therefore, I request that the proposed city budget be amended to pay for the SROs and 50% of the debt service at a cost of $8 million. This is the practice of the greatest majority of local and statewide cities. And in closing, I'm going to skip a bunch of this again. I know that all of you prefer to have plenty of money for all of the city's needs. I know this pains each of you. When a family is facing financial woes, they do their best to make sure that their children are impacted the least. I look at Roanoke as a vibrant family. As we face these economic challenges, we need to do what all good families do: protect our children from the financial missteps that we adults have unwittingly made. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speakers, Albert Mack and Barbara Dirk.
Who was the first speaker again?
Albert Mack.
Mr. Mack here? Right, Ms. Dirk? Come on up. Welcome.
Welcome to you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. I am Barbara Dirk, and this is a marvelous Monday. I'm here to thank you, and Vice Mayor McGuire has left, but he chairs the Legislative Committee, and I wanted to thank the Legislative Committee for all that they have done through the General Assembly this year, that the bicycle omnibus bill did not, it made it through the House and the Senate, but it did not make it through Finance and Appropriations in the Senate. So but we'll be back again next year. And it supports our vision, our city's Vision Zero and Safe Communities and Safe Streets program. Also wanted to give a shout out to you, members of City Council, for listening to citizens' concerns. You have initiated public hearings for zoning ordinance, for vape shops, and for Evans Spring, and then for your citizen requests to councils and how you have responded to those. So thank you, members of City Council. Also, thank the city staff for being very friendly in their request for when I request for service and their response. I have been one of the ones that called 911 and got immediate response, and appreciate that. And I've been to the engineering office and gotten some GPS information. So thank you, City Manager, City Council, and City staff for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
That was it.
Okay. So any other speakers that signed up, I presume will speak later in the agenda regarding the caretaker's cottage. Is there anyone else who signed up to speak on something different than the cottage that has not yet spoken? All right, thank you. We will move on then to item 4, which is our consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by members of council and will be enacted by one motion. There's typically no separate discussion of these items. However, if discussion is desired, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. I'll ask for a motion and second on approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, council members Hagan and Nash. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Hagan? Aye. Ms. Sanchez Jones? Aye. Vice Mayor McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. Nash?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Powers?
Aye.
And Mayor Cobb.
Aye, and the consent agenda is approved. We have no public hearings this afternoon, so we'll move into petitions and communications, and I'm pleased to welcome Mr. John Hull, Executive Director of the Roanoke Regional Partnership, for their annual report. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may need a second to load.
Yeah. We've got somebody that can help get you all set up.
I want to thank you, Mayor, and members of council. Thank you, of course, also to Ms. Turner, our city manager. We enjoy regularly collaborating with Ms. Turner and several departments, in particular economic development, parks and recreation, but also, transportation and several other departments on our events that we work to produce. I'm joined by Pete Eshelman, Senior Director of Creative Strategies, and Julia Boas, our Director of Business Investment, from our team, who contribute and really, frankly, responsible for a large amount of the work I'm about to present. But I want to thank you up front for your leadership and your support for the fine work of regional economic development. We can't do the work without you. So just some facts about the partnership here. We were established in 1983, our organization. We are a public and private partnership. Half of our budget is funded by the public sector, half is funded by the private sector. We have a team of 8. And Mr. Mayor, Joe Cobb, is on our board of directors, as is Ms. Turner. When we I pointed out we're a public-private partnership. Our team and our leadership, we go out on a 5-year cycle to raise private funding from private sector leadership, and we do that. When we do that, we set goals. And what you see on the screen is a report out on the Thrive 2027 results. And so we have about a year to go in the Thrive 2027 campaign. We will be commencing sort of our next private campaign here this next year. And so just some additional context. The partnership is focused on attracting traded sector industry. And what that means is we're focused on recruiting and helping expand industry here that sells a good or a service outside of the region. That industry then spends that revenue from that sale of that product on wages with suppliers, but also local taxes, okay? And so traded sector contributes, those industries contribute wealth regionally, new economic activity, and contribute to a lower tax burden for the average citizen. Here you'll see on the left-hand side, regionally, the partnership has, and its local partners together have contributed or recruited more than $1 billion of new economic activity over the last 4 years. We set a goal, leadership of the partnership more appropriately, set a goal for capital investment and employment generation through the Thrive 2027 campaign. And that goal was set at $350 million. Proud to report that together with our local partners and private sector leaders, more than $565 million of new capital investment has been recruited to the region. And the employment goal of 3,000 new traded sector jobs has yielded a result of 3,165 jobs, and that's with a year to go. Now, and I'm confident in saying we'll have additional positive news this year. So last year, the announced projects contributed or will contribute upon full build-out $396.9 million of new economic activity. That's a result it is a record. The last time we had a number approaching this level was in 2023 when we had the Wells Fargo project, which was over 1,100 jobs. And the beginning of our pipeline is the inquiry. Okay, that's the initial call, the exchange of a business card. We had a record number of those at 555 inquiries as well. So it was a pace-setting year for the partnership. In terms of last year's results, in 2025 in the calendar year, $176 million of new capital investment was attracted, and also 715 jobs. And that those were announced by the 7 entities along the bottom. That's Elbit America, Munters, Nova Nessus, Traditional Medicinals, Integer, Qualichem, Cornerstone Building Brands. We were proud, of course, to support a number of projects through the Parks and Rec Department. In collaboration with the Parks and Rec Department, we collaborate very closely on the new pump track, the kayak park, and some other really unique livability enhancements that are coming into the city, and we were just proud to play a small role in that. In terms of projects, inquiries, prospects, we have a lead kind of opportunity pipeline. If you total all those up together, and those are mutually exclusive, you get 679 opportunities. That's 38% over 2024. And, for the 6th year in a row, I've stood before you and given a presentation like this, and every year it's an increase. And so I think I'm confident in saying that really the opportunity for the region is greater than it ever has been. Of course, those metrics are key performance indicators across our social media, website channels, as well as our email contacts are all growing as well. So from a business prospect project standpoint, as well as from a visibility standpoint, those numbers are increasing. Of course, the region saw some unique accolades last year, both from a livability standpoint, talent standpoint, and also industry as well. And so, many of you know that the partnership has a 4-part strategy. It's business recruitment, it's talent attraction, retention, there's a commercial real estate component, thirdly, but then lastly, it's placemaking, right? And so really, the region is being recognized in all of those areas. The food and beverage one is really quite unique in that a consultant we work with regularly ranked the Roanoke region in the top third of U.S. metros for food and beverage attractiveness. And of course, I can't take credit for the the beautiful leaves and the scenery in the fall, but I think the Roanoke Outside and our partnership with Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge ultimately helps gain that recognition. On the talent sphere, many of you have seen the Get to Know Roanoke website, and Julia Boas of our team has been before the council previously to talk about our talent ambassadors and our intern summer program. Part of the Get to Know Roanoke strategy also involves a talent portal on Get to Know Roanoke, which is really a brand new, innovative system, unique, really, frankly, in Virginia. And so that system has yielded 466 talent profiles. That's young talent signing up to be aware of opportunities, many of which are college talent in one of the 25 colleges and universities within an hour. Our employers, 2,500 open positions are featured among 350 regional employers. And so we're really happy to be part of the process of connecting young talent with employment opportunity. Speaking of connecting talent and opportunity, the Get to Know Roanoke brand was recognized by Virginia Economic Development Partnership as innovative and ahead of the curve. Virginia Economic Development Partnership, our state partner, had a pilot program to market talent in the state of Virginia, and they did devote a certain amount of state funding directly to promotion of Get to Know Roanoke in the Roanoke region, really in recognition of our innovative approach. We're also partnered with the City of Roanoke Economic Development Department, Carilion Clinic, and Virginia Tech on around promoting the biotech sector and the new facility that is being stood up on Jefferson Street. And then in the middle there's a regional brand alignment process. We're in the middle of aligning the branding, so to speak, and the marketing activities of the partnership and Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge so that we're speaking with one voice on behalf of the entire region. We think that's important for a number of reasons. There's the efficiency benefit of synergizing those promotional activities, but also in the world of artificial intelligence, it's critically important that as a region we speak as one voice so that AI frankly isn't confused, okay? Certainly I'm easily confused. I know AI is getting confused. So anyway, there's a lot of opportunity around aligning those activities. We're looking forward to announcing more news on that soon. Our outdoor events continue to drive economic activity from a branding standpoint, but also from an economic impact standpoint. So $5.1 million of new economic impact last year, 56,000 attendees from 4 unique brand building events here that are making an impact regionally. Of course, the Blue Ridge Marathon down by downtown, Go Cross, and the Go Outside Festival, I think all of which involve some level of partnership with you and your departments. So 41 states represented, 4 countries represented, more than 3,400 athletes, over 900 volunteers. We have strong community support and involvement, as well as $41,000 donated. And the outdoor program is an entrepreneurial program. It supports itself financially through race entries as well as through sales of beverage on site. And some excess revenue that is generated there is actually given back and reinvested in new outdoor infrastructure regionally. Of these projects, last year, Project Outside, 8 projects, $25,000 in funding, $205,000 invested over the life of Project Outside. $5,600 of last year's funds were used to update Mill Mountain trail mapping. Another $6,400 was devoted to supporting city nonprofits who connect youth and veterans with the outdoors. So we're really proud of that work. And we're particularly excited again about the new pump track, of which the partnership and the Roanoke Outside Foundation team was able to facilitate. I think that is Pete, what's that figure? $280,000 in private donations that went towards that infrastructure. And, and of course, proud of the support of the End River Park. 10 years ago, the Roanoke Outside Foundation conducted a feasibility analysis which led to today's project and construction. So that pre-work was instrumental in bringing that project forward. From the talent sphere, the region did benefit from over 1,900 new residents, net new residents in 2025, and that's twice the level of growth since 2020, which itself was a strong year for in-migration. So we think the work of Get to Know Noke is key in attracting talent. It's key to continuing to grow our industry, is having an available labor pool. But we don't do that work alone. We have 39, last year we had 39 talent ambassadors that help tell the story in an authentic way that, frankly, we and our staff at the partnership can't tell alone, right? We want it to be a community narrative. We want it to represent the community, and I think the talent ambassadors do a good job of that. They began to hold their own events as well, so you might think of them as force multipliers. These are volunteers, a team of 8 professionals, leveraged by way of 39 volunteers who put on, in this case, last year, 21 events. And so all the metrics are up from reach, website, profile visits, links and clicks, and so forth. The talent work is also working to, the talent team working to build the connectivity between higher education and employers. We think there's a lot of potential there to align the private industry along with higher education leadership. We just had the Talent Summit a couple weeks ago at Roanoke College. That featured the Chief Human Resources Officer of Carilion Clinic, Paul Hudgens, was a keynote, along with Dr. Frank Shishak of Roanoke College, and there was connectivity made there that we think will continue to pay off in dividends in the years ahead. But for all the private industry that's listening, it's really important that we have internships and we connect with young talent, and we continue to put that message forward. And of course, our summer intern and young professional program, Onward ROA, continued. This is 3rd year of connecting young professionals with all the best of Roanoke, as well as some professional development opportunities, including our wonderful outdoor amenities. We continue to have our quarterly socials. We say we're enthusiastically welcoming. We've also used the term aggressively welcoming, but I think enthusiastic is nice. It feels better. We did 4 venues, 3 localities, 125 average attendees per social, 2 sponsors, and we're hitting the road, going to colleges, universities, hitting the road with talent. 5 schools last year. We're looking to expand that. So there are 25 colleges, universities within an hour or so. We're going to continue to rotate and build upon that connectivity. But most of all, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I want to thank you for your support, your collaboration, and your leadership. We can't do the work without you, and incredibly grateful. And so if I can take any of your questions, I would be pleased to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. We appreciate the update. It's very exciting. Questions from council?
Just want to say thank you for your hard work and for everything that you do for Roanoke. I can only imagine what these numbers are going to look like when we can get the federal government to help us with our airport and extend our runway and get all of those good things that we want. So I look for those numbers to be, what do you guys say, tripled?
That's the baseline.
Thank you. Yeah,
that'd be great.
We could certainly benefit from some investment.
Mr. Nash.
I would just like to say, I really want to commend you all for your work of trying to expose our local youth to the outdoors. Because I know, I'm still not a hiker. I'm not a hiker, but I am a nature lover, and I do appreciate the natural beauty we have in Roanoke. But I was in Boy Scouts, and that was my exposure to the outdoors and to nature. And without that, growing up how I grew up with my family, I wouldn't have had that exposure. So I think it's important that you all are helping those that are born here see the beauty of our city in our region and have an appreciation for our nature And I especially think it's important to be at the colleges and universities, making sure that those who are preparing to graduate and are thinking about that next chapter of their life on where am I going to go and establish my roots, know that Roanoke City is not the same place where the people went missing in the Roanoke colony. Because I got that a lot when I was in college, telling people I was from Roanoke. But thank you all for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Nash. Others? I just had one question, and we can talk more about this later as well, but you all have done such extraordinary work and are doing such extraordinary work related to talent attraction. Are you able to talk any about the opportunities and challenges that exist to retaining that talent once we've got them here?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. We think a lot of the work that's being done really speaks to really both angles of attraction and retention. In particular, we think the socials and the talent portal are really key parts of that. And you might even think of some of our talent attraction work, frankly, as talent retention, right? It just depends on whether you consider those college students part of the talent base that's here or whether, it's a little more transient. So, really it's about, Mr. Mayor, it's about increasing connectivity. Some use the word stickiness, getting young talent to embed in the community. And so we think it's all about connectivity. And ultimately the quarterly socials are a big part of that because those socials, I know I've seen you there, Mr. Mayor. It's not the typical Chamber of Commerce crowd, right? I mean, it's young talent. It's a good group to bring forward and get them networking and collaborating and meeting with folks such as yourself. Thank you so much for attending. It's really incredible that you do that, and I'm very grateful for that. So
I do it because I want to add some age to the crowd. No, I always feel younger. Well, you all are doing an extraordinary job, and, just thinking about the work that Councilman Nash is doing related to efforts around creating an entertainment district, and I think we're always looking for ways to connect with people that are new to the area, that have insights and observations, fresh eyes. So I'd be curious to follow up with you all about some ways we might be able to engage through these socials, some focus groups, or just talking one-to-one or in small groups with some things that the people we're attracting bring with them in terms of experiences and things they'd love to see here as well.
great. I'd love to follow up on that point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next presentation this afternoon is Roanoke Valley Resource Authority to present its proposed 26-27 annual budget, and we're pleased to welcome John Lanford, the CEO. Welcome, Mr. Lanford.
Thank you, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire, members of council. Ms. Turner, it's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. We come every year at this time and present our budget, and I'd like to veer just a little bit. So we get to participate in the 911 dispatch telecommunications resolution that you all adopt. But seeing that today and those two people getting recognized here, you can see the passion they had for it and the commitment they have to their jobs. That was awesome. So thank you all for allowing us to be a part of that. I have with me today Jeremy Garrett. He's our Director of Technical Services. Brad Brewer, he's our Finance Manager. I'd like to recognize Brad, and many of you may also know Nancy Duvall. At one point in time, she worked here in the city. We were just recently recognized from GFOA for excellence in financial reporting, and that's a testament to their hard work. So I always want to take an opportunity to recognize folks in public and in front of councils that we work closely with. I'd like to also recognize Jeffrey Powell and Mike McAvoy. Those are the two representatives that council has on our board of directors. And thank you to Mr. Velosin for the shout out. One of the things that we've started to do since my time there at the Resource Authority is try to tell the story and the impact of the solid waste operations in the Roanoke Valley and the importance to it, right? So John, who just presented on economic development, have followed other presenters in the past. if the industry that we're working in isn't doing a good job in the communities, the folks that work for the city, county, and doing a job that's environmentally sustainable and conscious in managing all the solid waste, the community's not livable. Their ability to recruit is much more difficult as well. And so we've started a program, hired a great person who has passed here in the city with Miss Tiffany Bradbury. She's helping us tell that story, and that's part of the partnership that we have with Kids Square. And so we'd encourage you all to stop by there. It's a great exhibit. Tiffany's worked very hard at doing so, and we're also partnering with the schools through that. So funding some scholarships for children to be able to come in that may not be members, and so the Resource Authority is doing that work. And then one last person I'd like to thank when I have the opportunity to be in front of you all, Trevor Shannon, that works with you all. Coming out of Helene, he connected us with his peers at VDEM. And through that work, that's the first time the Resource Authority has participated in recovery, and then also going forward some grants. So we anticipate probably $1 million of funding coming back to the Resource Authority that would have historically been local dollars that are coming from various sources now, and that's 100% attributable to Trevor making some connections and being willing to work with us to get those relationships started. I'll mention a couple other high-level things, then very quickly touch on the budget and answer any questions that you all may have. Included in this year's budget is a proposal. Historically, the authority has constructed cells at our Smith Gap facility, engineering and construction, one at a time. We're proposing in this budget to complete engineering, and then at a future time, construction of multiple cells. We think through that process, a $20 million project in total could come in at around $16 million. So a savings of approximately $4 million by doing it all together. You'll see some more detailed information in coming budgets from us as we start to do some forecasting around that. But in general, our budget this year is proposed at $19,824,759. That's approximately $700,000 increase. It does represent an additional contribution in the municipal fees from the city of Roanoke, approximately $71,750, and that's attributable to an approximate 3% increase in our tipping fees. I will mention, that's that 3% increase, our industry, primarily made up of transportation and heavy equipment, fuel and iron. We're seeing 7% plus on inflationary measures, but we've tried to, again, manage a budget that recognizes that. Those are some high-level issues or items from the budget that we have, primarily around that engineering effort going forward. Be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lanford. Questions? Ms. Powers?
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for, I learned a lot reading all this, and I was amazed at all the work that you do with approximately 41 employees.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've done a great job holding your expenses, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great group of dedicated people that show up every day and do good work.
All right, well, we do have a resolution measure to adopt, so I'll need a motion and second.
Move the resolution.
Thank you, Councilmembers Wellison and Sanchez-Jones. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
A resolution approving the annual budget of the Roanoke Valley Resource Authority for fiscal year 2026 through 2027 upon certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. Any discussion by members of council? All right, then, Madam Clerk, we are ready for the roll call.
Mr. Hagan?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez-Jones?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. Nash?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Powers? And Mayor Cobb.
Aye, and the resolution is adopted. Our next item this afternoon is the Roanoke Regional Airport Commission presenting its proposed 26-27 operating budget and proposed capital expenditures. I'm pleased to welcome Mike Stewart, the executive officer there, and I know you have some of your team with you here today. Mike, welcome.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. The joined by David Jevons, our Director of Finance and the financial wizard behind our financial plans every year. So he's here to answer any hard questions you might have. But good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, council members, esteemed staff. We always appreciate the support that we get from the city of Roanoke as one of our, as I call it, one of our parents. And I'm pleased again to appear here before you and not ask you for any money. So I'm sure you would appreciate that. At least operate the airport. We take all donations, and if you're going to fly our way, we take that. Our 2026 revenues exceeded budget, and we're using those as our fiscal year annual revenue for fiscal year 27. And in accordance with the amended and restated contract dated July the 1st of 2020 between the Roanoke Regional Airport Commission and the participating political subdivisions, the commission hereby submits its fiscal year 27 operating budget for your approval, and this budget was adopted by the commission at its March 24th meeting. Additionally, a separate listing of capital expenditures planned in fiscal year 27, which are expected to exceed $100,000 and benefit for 5 years future accounting period or more. And it's a pleasure to report that the Roanoke-Blacksburg Airport is enjoying a very strong fiscal year 26. And you'll note that no deficit is anticipated in the operating budget for fiscal 27, so no additional appropriations are being requested from the city, the county of Roanoke, or the city of Salem. While our operating expenses are expected to increase, the higher revenue that's being produced is offsetting that. We're expecting an operating net income of slightly over $3 million. And that includes or reflects an actual decrease in our landing fees that we charge to the aircraft. That is a big benefit to the airlines and other users of the airport. Sends the signal we're ready to do business. And in addition, we've actually held our other rates and charges flat for actually since 2019. So doing all we can to keep our costs down so that the airlines want to serve the region and can be profitable at it. Our focus continues to be on reducing our revenue received from the airlines. It's one of those funny quirks of the aviation business. That's one of the revenue lines you like to see go down because you want to see the non-airline revenue go up. And that's where our focus is. So largest revenue source is our parking lot, followed by rental cars, terminal concessions, our fixed base operator. A lot of that is aviation. But then also our land parcels that are not needed for aviation. So we look to monetize those, generate revenue so that we can get the cost for those airlines down as close to nothing as we can get it. The more profitable they are, the more services they're going to bring to us. The fiscal year 27 capital program is expected to be approximately $38.3 million, largely involving projects related to the rehabilitation of our primary runway. That pavement is getting considerably aged and needs a lot of attention, and that's got nothing to do with the mentioned project in the future. But we also have a terminal improvement project that we'll at least do whatever we can end up paying for, improving our rental car ready and return lot, and then obstruction removal, which is about what it sounds like. If the trees have grown up too much somewhere in our approach pass over the last 5-10 years, then we've got to go out and clean those up. So those are the pieces that we're looking to do in 27. And since I'm not asking for money, I'd also like to expand on some of the other successes we had in the past year. Last year, I was happy to tell you that we set an all-time new record total passengers served in 2024. I'm even more pleased to tell you that we blew that record away and set a new record in 2025, serving over 827,000 passengers. We continue to work on improving our customer experience. We completed the renovation of our parking lots. We rolled out a new brand and website. By the way, you've all got a pen there somewhere that Ms. Turner passed around for me. We're making the airport more inclusive by introducing the Sunflower Program, which is a global program to enhance support for travelers with hidden disabilities. And that's been a huge success. We're growing our pet therapy program. We've now got 3 teams, and if you haven't met Trooper, Scout, and Lucy, you ought to come out and do so. People love them. They've really been a big hit in kind of taking the edge off some of the nervous flyers. And we hope to add a 4th one here fairly soon. We continue to engage with our community. We did raise over $73,000 for Special Olympics Virginia's athletes last year with our 2nd annual Southwest Virginia Plane Pull. And I do think it takes a team of 25, but if City Council wanted to come out and pull the plane, hold September the 26th this year for it. We've got another plane pull coming up. Our Airport Ambassador Program, our volunteers have logged over 2,000 hours, providing a warm welcome to air travelers and answering questions for visitors at the airport. We also remain focused on operational excellence. As you know, in September, we had an aircraft overrun the runway, and the EMAS, or the Engineered Material Arresting System, at the end of runway 34 prevented injury, death, and aircraft damage by preventing that aircraft from ending up on Peters Creek Road. I'm proud to say that the EMAS was repaired and back to full capability by December last year, just 3 months after it happened, thanks and due to the tremendous effort of our staff and our contracted partners. The Virginia Department of Aviation issued the results of their latest airport's economic impact study, and you've got a couple of copies floating around for your benefit. But ROE's total output is $613 million annually. And that's 20% up from the previous study that was done in 2018. In addition, the airport is supporting about 3,200 jobs here in the region. And I did leave those extra copies with the city manager to pass around, and we have it also available on the Department of Aviation's website if you want to look at it. We continue to see the airlines increase capacity through the increased frequency in larger aircraft. Allegiant operated additional flights to Sanford, Orlando, and St. Pete, in addition to a full year of Sarasota last year. Unfortunately, the community hasn't supported Sarasota as well as Allegiant had hoped, and they are pulling that flight and discontinuing it in May. But I just came back from Las Vegas meeting with Allegiant last week, and although they're disappointed with the Sarasota results, they remain very happy with the Sanford and the St. Pete flights. And we continue to work on getting them more interested in other Florida destinations. Delta added additional Atlanta capacity last year, and United added both Chicago and Dulles capacity. American Airlines remains our largest carrier and has increased capacity to Philadelphia, as well as adding ORD at Chicago O'Hare, which was a new destination for AA out of Roanoke. And of course, we're looking forward to their new nonstop flights to DFW starting in June. This is a market the community has been trying to get service to for many, many years. The DFW hub offers new and improved connections to the Western and international destinations. Currently, over 70% of our passengers out of this area in Dallas-Fort Worth drive and fly from another airport. So we need to get folks to step back on and fly local. I can't emphasize enough how critical it is for us all to fly local, support this new flight, as well as all the other flights that the airlines are providing. If we don't, we lose flights, which decrease the airport's economic impact. So let's get the word out. We need to fly ROA for the future. And there is a social toolkit on our website that can tell you how you can do more to support the airport. We did get an agreement signed with American Airlines for the Small Air Service Community Grant. They are looking forward to getting that one up and making that flight a huge success. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and request your approval of both the O&M budget and the planned capital expenditures.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Questions from
I have a question.
Ms. Powers?
I know when we had a meeting with you guys out at the airport, have y'all started, or when will you start the process of where you're going to put in more concessions at the airport? Is that going to be next fiscal year?
So it is part of the terminal project that we're working on. We had hoped to get spend some extra money to do the whole project from the state, and I'll just say politics, put that aside for the time being. So we're going to continue. We've got other funding available. We'll do part of the project. We've already started design. The biggest impact on concessions will be that when we move the security checkpoint in the airport up to the area where the Airport Commission offices basically are now, that opens up all the concession space that today is pre-security, puts it all post-security, which is where everybody really wants to be.
And I want to say thank you to Mr. Jevons for another great report. I miss talking to you every year, but great work. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for not asking us for any money.
You're welcome.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We ain't got that anyway.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you for the presentation. I really do appreciate it. I know that I'm looking forward to taking that Dallas-Fort Worth flight the next time that I have any business down in Texas. Yeah, just looking forward to it and make sure people fly in ROA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Stewart, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for your work and the presentation. Mr. Jevons, too. It's good to see you, neighbor. And also, I'm going to reach out and follow up with you if it's okay. I've had some really good conversations with Chair Amanda Marco about some ways that we can start driving some sustainability initiatives at the airport, starting small, bite-sized chunks, looking at some of the best practices other airports, like I was looking at Chattanooga, some of the things they're doing with just little things that you can do to improve quality of life and the image, I think, of the airport, but then also save money. So I would love to talk to you about that and support however I can. Really appreciate all your work
Absolutely.
for the airport and our
Hopefully we can surprise
community.
you with some of the stuff we've already done.
I can't wait to hear it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stewart. I just flew ROA twice in the last week, going out and
Don't
coming
stop.
back. And the nice thing was I didn't have to check online to see what the TSA wait time was. It was smooth. The whole process is smooth. And we're excited about the improvements that you're going to be able to make. Small steps right now, but hopefully within the next year or two, some of the big steps. So thank you all for all you
Thank you,
do.
Mr. Mayor. And I do want to take just a second to give a shout out to the TSA employees here at Roanoke. No hiccups. They did a great job. And thanks everybody for the support that you've given and bringing things out for the food bank and others for them. It meant a lot to them.
I wanted to actually ask, is the food bank still happening? I'm going to be there today, so if it is, I'd like to bring
We
some
have
food.
still got the cupboard open. They're not using it right now because the executive orders are getting them paid. But the supplies are there. We've gotten a tremendous number of gift cards that they can use for gasoline and food. So all that's still there. Our intent is to keep it there as long as they can use it, and then we'll take it out to one of the local food banks.
Thank you.
Welcome. You're welcome.
All right, we have one measure, a resolution. I need a motion and second, please.
So moved. Second.
Thank you, council members Hagan and Volleson. And Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
A resolution approving the Roanoke Regional Airport Commission's 2026-2027 proposed operating and capital budget upon certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the resolution? All right, Madam Clerk, we are ready for the roll call.
Mr. Hagan?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. Nash?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Powers? Mayor Cobb?
Aye, and the resolution is adopted. Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Stewart.
Let's fly ROA.
All right, next we're going to move to reports of city officers and the city manager, and I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Turner for two briefings. The first is our February monthly budget report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to invite Deputy Finance Director Aquanetta Harris.
Welcome, Ms. Harris.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor, members of council, Ms. Turner. This report presents the financial results of month ending February 2026. Beginning with our revenues, local tax continues to show an increase in several categories compared to prior year, including real estate, personal property, penalties and interest, and business license. These increases are primarily due to delinquent collections. We also continue to see growth in transient occupancy tax, which has increased by approximately $295,000 compared to prior year. Sales tax revenues remain relatively flat year over year, with only a $61,000 increase compared to prior year. Cigarette tax revenues continue to show a slight decline, decreasing by approximately $147,000 compared to prior year. Moving to non-local tax, grants and aid from Commonwealth are currently tracking below prior year actuals. The variance is primarily due to timing differences in receipt of fundings for adoptions and CSA. Other non-local taxes are tracking as expected compared to prior year. The first 5 months of the fiscal year showed continued growth in prepared food and beverage base sales. In December, there was a slight decrease in base sales. However, January reflected a slight increase in prepared food and beverage base sales.
The prepared food and beverage timeliness discount is an incentive that allows restaurants to retain a small percentage of taxes collected when payments are submitted on time. This slide continues to highlight the total discount by month, and the majority of restaurants continue to remit payments in a timely manner. The city is continuing to make progress on its deferred capital maintenance projects. Key updates includes elevator replacements, existing obligations at 1.7, current expenditures at 1.7, HVAC mechanical and electrical upgrades, existing obligations are at 1.2, and current expenditures are at $597,000. Some of the projects highlighted for HVAC, mechanical, and electrical upgrades are replacing the air handle units at the courthouse, installing a new chiller at the Municipal South Building, upgrading air handler controls at the library, and replacing air conditioning units at the police building. Finance will continue to maintain detailed tracking of all deferred capital maintenance projects. Eight months into the fiscal year, expenditures show approximately 66% of the annual budget. Currently, total expenditures is tracking at 59% of the annual budget. Expenditures will continue to be closely monitored monthly in collaboration with all departments to ensure all expenses are recorded and captured. The next two slides represents the city's overtime and temporary wage expenditures. Overtime wage expenditures have exceeded the annual budget, largely due to increased labor demands associated with snow removal. Monthly temporary wage expenditures are currently averaging no more than approximately $250,000. If spending remains at or below the level, the city is projected to remain within the approved total temporary wage budget for the fiscal year. This concludes the February 2026 monthly financial report. Finance will continue to closely monitor revenues and expenditures and will provide updates on any significant changes throughout the remainder of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Questions, Ms. Powers?
On the one where the timeless discounts for food and beverage, are we seeing that people are starting to pay more on time so that they can get this, or are we not seeing any difference from prior year delinquents?
I'm looking at our Commissioner of the Revenue, who's also here with us, though this isn't his report. If you have something you'd like to add, if you have any updates on that. Yeah, come on up.
Ms. Powers, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. In terms of our timeliness, we are seeing improved timeliness. Overall, I believe that we were at about 95% in terms of timely filings, but if you would allow me a week, I can probably get some time, get the information together, give it to the city manager, and she can provide that to you all, if that would be satisfactory. Okay.
Because as you very well remember, one of the things that makes it worse is when, it kind of gets that domino effect, once they get behind and then they're trying to catch up, and then the next thing you know, they're now 3 months behind, and then it kind of gets to the point to where you can't hardly get them caught up. And so we're hoping that this would be more into line where it would give them an incentive to pay on time. So we didn't have that domino effect. So I was just wondering how that was working.
Certainly. And as you all may or may not know, we do have the team that we've developed with the Treasurer's Office to help manage the delinquent accounts and help businesses kind of have it brought to their attention that what their delinquent status is, and then ideally work with them to get them back on the right track and keep that from happening again. And that has been a very successful endeavor for us in terms of managing delinquency. And so I think just two-pronged approach of incentivizing and then also working on the back end helps make the whole process, ideally less painful, right?
I want to thank you and your team, and thank you for your continued support working with the Treasurer's Office. Things work so much better when we work together. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Powers. Other questions? Mr. Volleson.
I just had one question about looking at the department finances, overtime wages. I saw that planning, just make sure I'm reading the right one, but planning is at 3,000% of what was budgeted, and just wanted to know what that's about.
For overtime or?
Yes, for overtime wages.
Okay.
I'm imagining it's due to the number of employees, but I wanted to.
Thank you, Councilmember Volleson, for that question. Planning had a very little bit of money set aside for overtime. Looking at these numbers here, they only had a little over $4,600 that was set aside for overtime, so 300% of that can go pretty quickly. So we do have staff that are working overtime, trying to get caught up, but still struggling.
The main thing is the lack of staff. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Other questions? Vice Mayor.
Could I build off of that and just ask, thank you, Councilmember Volleson, for the question, but it looks like fire is one of the other big standouts for overtime. And I was wondering what is it staffing there as well?
Yes, and we also had with the snow removal too, with fire as well too.
Thank you.
And if I could add to that as well, they've had a lot of attrition with a lot of retirees.
Questions? I had just one follow-up question, and it's on the slide related to the deferred capital maintenance updates. I appreciated the breakdown on the HVAC, mechanical, electrical upgrades. That was very helpful. Are you able to update us on where we are with some of these elevator replacements? Because I know some of them are repair related, some of them are new, are completely being replaced.
I know that we've had some challenges with having an actual provider to do the work.
Thank you for that question, Mayor. So we actually have contracted with a vendor, as Ms. Turner mentioned, and that contract with them is a 50% down payment. So you're seeing that reflected in the slide. Material is not sitting on the shelf at a Home Depot, so to speak, for these elevators, and so that was a down payment on them ordering materials. They have started some of the work, which in the courthouse and here in the municipal building, the elevator shafts, both elevator cars share the same shaft, and so the idea is to have one elevator repaired while the other one's still in service. In order to do that work safely, they've had to go in and install safety netting, and so that has been installed, is in progress. As far as a more detailed schedule, I'll work to get that information from our city engineer over to city manager and have that provided to council so you can have a more detailed look on the schedule and what we expect.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Mr. Volleson.
Just had a comment. I wanted to just note that looking at the expenditure summary, we are below, except for on judicial administration, which I don't know how much we have control over that. But I really wanted to say that I'm excited to see that. It's been a while since we've seen such good tracking of the budget and making sure that we're behind the curve when it comes to expenditure. So I wanted to commend you for that. Let's keep it that way.
Other comments. Well, Ms. Harris, thank you for your report and update, and to your team, thank you all for your really good and hard work during this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, our next briefing, I'll turn to our manager for the city's 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan for CDBG block grants and 2019 Annual Action Plan update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce Mr. Desi Winter, who serves as a housing programs and policy officer. And he's going to go over the two amendments. One is to the 2019 Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding, and the other is for our 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan.
Well, Mr. Winter, welcome. I think this may be your first official report for us.
Sure is.
We, again, want to officially welcome you to the city. I know you've jumped right in. We appreciate your hard work on all of this. A lot of moving pieces, but you're still here with us.
You're still here.
And we appreciate it, and we look forward to your report today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire, members of council, city manager, Ms. Turner. Thank you for being here. Like Ms. Turner said, what I'm going to do today is just briefly provide you an overview of primarily two amendments to the city's consolidated plan, our 25 to 29 consolidated plan and the 2019 annual action plan. Broadly speaking, I'm going to walk you through the amendments. Basically, an overview. The money that we are going through right now is HUD entitlement funding. What you're looking at is primarily three funding that we receive from HUD in terms of entitlement funding. We receive community development block grant, we receive home funding, we also receive the emergency shelter grant program. And what I'm going to be talking to you today about is primarily the CDBG program, Community Development Block Grant. You're looking at two substantial amendments. The FY 2019 Annual Action Plan for CDBG CV funding, which is the coronavirus funding that we received. And then under the 25-29 Consolidated Plan, two primary amendments. The FY 25 Annual Action Plan to CDBG funding and adding eligible project categories to broaden the Consolidated Plan goals and objectives. On April 7th, we are going to have a public notice. We did do a 30-day public period advertising that started on March 19th, and it's going to go through April 17th. I would also like to add that there are many other ways that residents, citizens of Roanoke can provide comments to the annual plan as well and to the consolidated plan. Plans are displayed here at City Council, not City Council, at the City Hall at room 215. Citizens can meet with staff to go over the plans. Staff is available from 9 to 4 to walk anyone that they want to through the plans when they visit. We have interpreters ready for any interpretation that's needed in order to go through the plan. And we also can mail the plans to anyone that asks. We did that for one person that called in. Okay, I'm going to walk you through the 2019 plan. March 2020, Congress passed the Coronavirus Relief Economic Securities Act, and this in essence is the coronavirus funding that we received back in 2020. This was to address the COVID-19 disaster. In essence, what happened with the funding is we spent a significant amount of it, but we had some program funding left over. So what we're going to do to the 2019 Annual Action Plan for that year is amend it. The city received over $1 million. and currently has a balance of $113,000. The substantial amendment proposes creating a new activity using unspent funds and allocating to public facilities. Funds will be used for renovations to Loudon Park, creating socially distanced recreation opportunities to the community. For the 2025-29 consolidated plan, which is our 5-year strategic plan, this basically provides a broad overlook at what we plan to do for the next 4 to 5 years. It is designed to meet housing, community development needs to low and moderate income families, and special need housing. The consolidated plan may be amended with approval of City Council based on one of the following decisions, and there's 3 listed here. But primarily what you're looking at is number 1, to make substantial change in its allocation, priorities, or substantial change in the method or distribution of funds. Substantial amendment number 1. There's a significant amount of slides here, but what I would like to do is just sort of give you an overview. So basically what we did was we took the plan and I worked with consultants, and we've just basically tweaked the goals and objective of the plan. So what you see here in the next couple of slides is us doing some wordsmithing to the plan, just so that it's more readable. Everyone understands exactly what we're going to do in the plan. So that was what the word tweaking was about. So for instance, the first sentence, it just used to have the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG. We added home and ESG as well. We also added, under social services, there was a designation for primarily youth. We can't forget our senior population. Another thing that we did under neighborhoods, again, wordsmithing, will fund versus we may fund. Neighborhood facilities, we added descriptions such as community centers, recreation facilities, and the same thing for public safety improvements as well. We just simply broadened the scope to say that we're going to be doing things such as fire equipment. In a substantial amendment, under public facilities and improvements, this category was initially included under neighborhood improvements, and so basically we just simply separated the categories in order to make it clear. We added water, sewer, stormwater management, traffic signals, and/or traffic calming to streets. Under the goals and objectives for housing, recently, one of the things that HUD imposed upon cities is also radon testing. This is something new, so we just simply also added that language as well to the substantial amendment. New, and one of the things that we are also excited about is under the home program, is also looking into how we can do tenant-based rental assistance. This is also going to be working just like a Section 8 voucher, but you can convert some home funding into Section 8 vouchers. So this is one of the things that we also wanted to add into the substantial plan, amendment to the substantial plan. Again, wordsmithing. The city priorities, goals, and objectives for using CDBG to create safe living. Just to make it clear, again, when we communicate this plan, we want everything to be clear and concise when we talk not only with HUD, but with the community as well. Okay, the second part, amendment number 2 to the substantial plan, has to do with program activities that we're going to be doing. So for the 2025-2029 consolidated plan, we've added 11 project and activities that we're going to be doing. 16th Street sidewalk improvements, and we're going to be doing a number of purchase with fire equipment, fire vehicles, in order for us to expend our allocation of block grant funding. Okay, and I can entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Questions? Anything down there?
I just want to say thank you. I know that there's a lot that when you came on board, you had to deal with revolving around these grants and a lot of work that was not done previously that should have been done. And so a lot of past things you're trying to rectify in order so that we can move forward and provide good solutions for our community and then move on to future plans as well. So I just want to make sure to say thank you, and we appreciate all your hard work.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Winter, for the presentation. I had a couple of questions I was trying to wrap my head around. So there are the two amendments that from the, I guess, let me jump around a little bit. So there is, with regard to the target areas, I'm hearing from a lot of constituents with questions about remaining funds from the Belmont-Fallon target area that are left over. Is that what is being proposed to be spent on fire equipment?
No.
No.
This is funding that we've had pooled for quite some time that we are now allocating in order to do, expend our funds timely. And so this funding will be used for that. We do have a plan on carrying out the 26th plan in terms of the Belmont-Fallon area. So we are right now working through that process.
I'm sorry. I just want to just add to that. So some of the money could very well be from Belmont. So if you remember, what I stated was, we had money that was left over. And so we're trying to figure out what was done, what was promised, and what we did not do. However, we also have expenditure deadlines. So this may very well be some of the Belmont-Fallon dollars. However, we'll have to go back and reallocate additional dollars. So if you look at the last 2 years, 3 years, because it started in like 2023, all the funds, for whatever reason, were not committed to any project. So we had about $600,000 each year that was not committed to any project. Why? I'm not sure. But yeah, this required a lot of cleanup, and that is part of what we're attempting to do here. But we do have an expenditure deadline that we have to meet.
How much is, sorry, one second, Councilmember Hagan, how much is left over from the Belmont-Fallon target area program?
So that's
that
what
needs to be spent?
So that's what we're trying to figure out. So I would venture to say at least probably about 1.2.
I guess I'm wondering also, have you all reviewed the proposal that iHeart Southeast sent regarding leftover HUD funding program for the art wall?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm
Not
sorry.
familiar.
Yeah, not familiar with that.
Yeah, I think everyone on council received that, so we'll make sure that we get that to you. I think that arrived to us a couple months ago. I guess I'm sort of struggling with, I'm assuming if it came to us, it's legally compliant to use HUD funding for fire equipment, but to me, that seems a little bit like not the intended purpose of HUD funding, and I think we have some room to improve our salaries with our fire, but we have been very generous with our fire department, and I'm just a little confused that we don't have any other shovel-ready projects that we could direct that funding towards in Southeast rather than fire equipment. Just seems a little odd to me.
So I'll answer the first question. It is absolutely eligible, particularly because the fire equipment is going into a low-income area. So all of it is eligible. Obviously, we wouldn't bring it to you. The other piece of that is we went through a plethora of programs and of projects, shovel-ready projects. But we are up under a time crunch. If you remember, I also stated that there was a lot of pre-work that had to be done, particularly as it relates to Part 24 CFR Part 58, which is our environmental. We had to do all of our environmental reviews, including FONSI, as well as a release of funds, and that's all to get us set up for this time. We got an extension, and that extension, we got notice that we got an extension from HUD in September of 2025, and since that time, we have been working on putting a plan together to ensure that we meet the deadline.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple follow-up questions. Where was the decision-making happening? How is it that the money, it sounds like what we walked into was a lot of, or some disorganization and money not being allocated and spent. Where was that living? Who was, like, which department or team? Where was that, who was supposed to be paying attention to that?
So it's the Community Resource Division, and that division was initially in our Planning Department. It is now moved up under Mr. Winter, and it's now a part of the Office of Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you. Well, I suspect Southeast is going to be a lot of folks are going to be upset about that. The other question I had was that, so then moving forward, where in the, if for folks that are interested in changes to the target area program, where do we look in these documents for that specifically? What's the best way for people to engage? And kind of, can you walk us through what changes may be proposed to, the community had an understanding, a bit of an expectation that the Gilmer-Harrison neighborhood was going to be the next target area. And it sounds like that is not for sure, and that there could be some changes to that. So can you walk us through just a little bit of those changes? Why are we considering those? What should the community be prepared to see changed?
Sure. At this point, we're really doing an assessment, and that's why we're having the public comment period. I have encouraged through all the meetings that we've had, folks who call, to submit their comments, their concerns through the public comments, so that way we see it, that way we know what the residents are talking about, we understand what their concerns. To Ms. Turner's point, we also are working with consultants. I attended a conference about a month ago to kind of see how other recipients of the funding are using it as well. What's the most strategic way that we can utilize the funding? And so I think in the end, what we will do is just come together with everyone and say, okay, we think that going forward, that this would be the most feasible way in order for us to implement the funding that we do receive.
Add something to that, Mr. Mayor or Vice Mayor. One of the things that we're looking to do is to make sure that we do make Belmont Fallon whole. But in order to do that, it has taken us some time to kind of to go through everything to see where we are. And that has been time consuming.
The last assessment that we had of Belmont Fallon was in '23. So another assessment would be good to have to kind of see where we are, what activities that have been implemented since '23 to now, what needs to happen. According to the resolution, that this is supposed to be the last year, but we can also look at that to kind of make sure that we make Belmont Fallon whole before we move on to another targeted community.
I think that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hagan.
Just something I want to flag because, and Vice Mayor kind of took some of my question. So I know that Gilmer, Harrison, and Gainsborough have all talked heavily with me and other members about their concerns about losing funding for the target area. I was at a meeting, this was before I was on council, where an employee of the city that I was interpreting was acting as agent, as the representative of the city, said, hey, look, y'all are next. Y'all don't need to worry about this funding. So it's just something that, given this body's history of the way we have treated Gainsborough and Northwest in general, I would have major concerns if we don't give that funding. So that was the only comment I have. But thank you for your work, beyond that. And how long is the public comment period, so that way people will know?
It ends on April 17th.
So I just have, I appreciate all your work on this. I think that you've identified not only some of the editorial expansion of some of these things, which I think is very important. Particularly, I was happy to see the tenant-based rental assistance. That's one of the things we've talked about in the Hope and Home Task Force as a potential recommendation, because their CDBG funds are eligible for this, and that could be a very important thing, particularly considering where we are with these housing vouchers, Section 8 vouchers. So that's good news. And I think these are important shovel-ready projects. I appreciate that we're going to make Belmont Fallon whole. And I also appreciate the focus on not only in doing that, but making sure we have if we do move ahead, to, let's say, just hypothetically, to do Gilmer Harrison, that we have a solid plan in place. One of my concerns throughout the target area process has been it's one thing to dedicate the funds, and it's another thing to complete the projects, but then how do we sustain the work that's done? And I've not seen many of the target area plans really focus on that piece of it. And I think any investment that we're making, we want to make sure it's sustainable. So I appreciate the deep dive we're doing on this, because I think in the long term, it's going to be extremely helpful.
I do have one
Ms. Powers?
question. This is for Ms. Turner. I just want to make sure I understood this right. The money that was left, from what I understand, some of the decisions had to move to other projects that were shovel-ready because the projects that they might have been targeted for, the process to get that done would have gone beyond the deadlines of using the funds, and we would have lost the money. We would have had to give it back. So that was the cause for moving some of the projects around to a more shovel-ready project. Am I correct on that?
So a couple things, you're partially correct. So last year, so every year on May 2nd, thereabout, HUD does what, for the CDBG program, what's called a timeliness test. And at that time, you cannot have more than 1.5 times your annual allocation in the coffer. We did not make our timeliness last year because we had more than 1.5%. And at that time, I asked for an extension. It's like, hey, I'm just getting here. We're going to do a deep dive. Please help us as we work through this. They agreed. I was notified. We were notified in September. We began working on a plan of action. The initial plan that we put together had projects in it, but some of those weren't shovel-ready, and we had to shift. And so the substantial amendment is required for us to do that. So when we started looking at all of our funding and all of our different action plans, what we found is for, I believe it was 22 and 23, we did not fully commit all of our CDBG money. And we left about $600,000 each year on the table. And so what that means is I didn't even have a project that it was tied to. So we had to make sure that we found projects that were eligible, that were shovel-ready to ensure that we do make the deadline.
Other questions? All right. Well, we have, that concludes our briefing, so thank you. And we will move now to our items recommended for action, the first of which is item A, acquisition of real property rights for the 8th Street and Grayson Avenue pedestrian improvements. We have one measure and ordinance, and I'll need a motion and second.
I'll make the motion.
Second. Thank you. Council members Powers and Nash. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
An ordinance providing for the acquisition of real property rights needed by the city for 12 parcels located along the 8th Street and Grayson Avenue corridor in connection with a pedestrian improvement project, authorizing city staff to acquire such property rights by negotiation for the city, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute appropriate acquisition documents, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any discussion by members of council? All right, then we'll move on to the roll call.
Mr. Hagan? Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor McGuire? Mr. Nash? Mr. Volleson? Ms. Powers? Mayor Cobb?
Aye, and the ordinance is adopted. Item B is the acceptance of a sub-award agreement for the Greater Roanoke and New River Valley Small Business Development Center. We have one measure, a resolution. I'll entertain a motion and second.
Move the resolution.
Thank you, council members Volleson and Nash. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
A resolution authorizing the acceptance of a subcontract agreement for the Greater Roanoke and New River Valley Small Business Development Center issued by George Mason University through the United States Small Business Administration to the City of Roanoke, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the subcontract agreement and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute such other documents and to take such further actions as may be necessary to implement, administer, and enforce such agreement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any discussion from council? Happy to see Ms. Fay, who's here with us today from the Small Business Development Center. Anything you'd like to share with us?
Thank you, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire, members of City Council, Ms. Turner. This is our 2026 agreement. We finally have paperwork from the Small Business Administration, so we're excited to have that in motion, and that means we can start our invoicing process for reimbursement and have a great team. And I just have one other exciting news. We have our program coordinator joining our team next week, so back to full staff.
Right,
So
congratulations.
thank you for your work and support. We're excited to continue to collaborate with each of you and support our city businesses and those in the region around.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
so much. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Hagan.
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones. Vice Mayor McGuire.
Aye.
Mr. Nash. Mr. Volleson.
Aye.
Ms. Powers. And Mayor Cobb.
Aye, and the resolution is adopted. Thank you. Item C is the acceptance and appropriation of the Virginia Department of Fire Program's mini grant. We have one measure and ordinance, and I'll entertain a motion and second.
Motion.
Thank you, council members Powers and Volleson. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of the Virginia Department of Fire Programs grant, authorizing the execution of any required documents on behalf of the city, appropriating grant funds detailed more fully infra, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Turner, anything you'd like to add to this?
Yes, please. Roanoke Fire-EMS received a mini grant from the Virginia Department of Fire Programs for the purchase of particulate fire hoods, protective layer designed to prevent firefighters from absorbing harmful carcinogens, smoke particles, and soot through the neck and facial areas. There is no match requirement, but the department is responsible for shipping costs.
Any discussion from members of council? All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Hagan.
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones. Vice Mayor McGuire.
Aye.
Mr. Nash.
Aye.
Mr. Volleson. Ms. Powers. Mayor Cobb.
Aye, and the ordinance is adopted. Item D is the adoption of tax year 2026 Personal Property Tax Relief Act, PPTRA percentage. We have one measure, a resolution. I'll entertain a motion and second.
Resolution.
Second.
Thank you, council members Volleson and Powers. And Madam Clerk, if you could please read the title paragraph.
Setting the allocation percentage for personal property tax relief in the city of Roanoke. Setting the allocation percentage for personal property tax relief in the city of Roanoke for the 2026 tax year.
Thank you. Anything to add?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item requests council's adoption of the required resolution setting the Personal Property Tax Relief Act for tax year 2026. Based on the city's fixed state allocation, the relief rate is calculated at 41.26%, a slight decrease from 2025. Approval ensures compliance with state requirements and allows distribution of the Commonwealth's reimbursement.
Thank you. Any discussion by members of council? Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Hagan?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. Nash?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson? Ms. Powers?
Aye.
And Mayor Cobb.
Aye, and the resolution is adopted. Thank you all. I now turn to Ms. Turner for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two very exciting comments today. I'm pleased to share information this afternoon about a meaningful international partnership that brings both global perspective and local value to our community. The city has been selected by the International City County Management Association to host a fellow through the Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative, or what they call YSEALI. This program, sponsored by the U.S. Department of State, provides emerging leaders between the ages of 25 and 35 from Southeast Asia with a 4 to 6 week fellowship experience here in the United States. The focus is on sustainability, governance, and civic engagement, areas that align closely with the work we do every day in local government. I am honored to host Ms. Puteri Bandira. Puteri Bandira, and she's here with us
Oh,
today.
wonderful. Welcome.
Puteri, as she likes to be called, is here for a 6-week placement with our city. She is a PhD candidate in graduate research assistance at the University of Sains, Malaysia, where she specializes in hydrology, climate adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. Her research is particularly relevant to communities like ours, as she focuses on developing climate-resistant water and agricultural systems using watershed modeling and nature-based solutions. In addition to her academic work, Puteri brings impressive practical experience. She has contributed to international climate initiatives through an internship with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Changes, Local Communities, and Indigenous Peoples Platform, where she supported data-driven efforts to document indigenous knowledge for climate resilience. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Puteri Bandira.
Welcome.
Please.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire, Member of Councils, and City Manager, Ms. Turner. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, again, my name is Puteri Bandira, and I flew across the globe from Malaysia to City of Roanoke just to learn and see how the City of Roanoke doing their water governance and stormwater management. So I take these opportunities to also thank you again, Ms. Turner, for the opportunities given, and Member of Council, and also the stormwater department itself. They have been very accommodating, very helpful. They go extra and beyond just to teach me and show me how they work day to day in water governance and in stormwater management. Yes, thank you so much.
We're delighted to welcome you.
And Mr. Mayor and members of council, one of the good things about this program is that it's reciprocal. So one of our team members actually gets to go and visit with her in her country and to see how they do things there. So we're really excited about that. All right, so secondly, I'm really excited, and this is following up on the previous email that I sent you all, that we are officially a finalist for the 2026 All-American City Award. Really excited. So a couple initiatives that they're looking at. First is our response to homelessness, where we've shifted to a coordinated, human-centered approach through the STAR initiative and the Hope and Home Task Force, connecting individuals to care services and long-term solutions. Second is Engagement Ready, or Grant Ready Roanoke, in partnership with Virginia Tech Institute for Policy and Governance, which strengthens resident engagement and equips community organizations with tools to lead and access funding. And third, but certainly last but not least, the Arts Connect Neighbors, which uses arts and culture to bring people together through free neighborhood-based programs that build connection and belonging. The next stage will take place in Denver from June 26th through the 28th, where we will present to a national jury, and if selected, Roanoke will become a 9-time all-American city, and we're proud to represent our community on the national stage. Those conclude my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you for that good news. That's exciting stuff. We're one of 20,
No 20.
and that's great. I wonder how many times we've been a finalist. Do we track that? Okay. You're going to keep it at... You're- Well, that's...
There's more than that.
That's a pretty good percentage. Yeah. Well, fantastic. Yeah, thank you all for your work on getting us there. All right. Next, we will move to our Director of Real Estate Valuation, and we have a real estate valuation update, first quarter 2026 briefing. And Mr. Bratton, welcome.
Hello. My coffee's worn off, so you have to bear with me.
And counsel, you should have at least access to this report online.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire, and honorable members of Roanoke City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. Today's discussion is intended as an orientation of the City of Roanoke's real estate portfolio, including key trends, influencing factors, and what we see as we move forward through the 2026 assessment cycle. This is less about specific assessment outcomes and more about understanding the broader landscape, how market activity, development patterns, economic conditions, and shaping value across Roanoke. Before I begin, I would like to recognize our team in real estate valuation, and especially Debbie Doyle, Jason Cash, Brian Hall, Sharon Williams, and Deputy Director Angela Arnold for their continued work. Our agenda today is as follows: appeals, tax abatement programs, tax exemption, assessment data, rental data, building permits, sales, and I'm going to provide a summary, overall summary. For this slide, our appeal history dates back to 2020. Informal appeals peaked in 2024 at 483 informal appeals. Today, we are at 253 informal appeals and approximately 47%, or we're approximately 47% down from our peak appeal process. In 2024, this year, we lowered 75 of 253 appeals. The results of our informal appeals were mailed out March 9th. The Board of Equalization deadline for applications is April 8th, and we're going to be hearing those, they will be hearing those appeals April 29th and 30th for commercial hearings, and May 28th and June 2nd through the 4th for residential hearings. The tax abatement programs, this city is providing approximately $5 million in tax relief through a variety of programs. Of note is the SCLT program at 33.25%, the rehab program at 22.9%, disabled veterans tax exemption at 22.59%, elderly and disabled at 13.5%, and leaseholds at 6.39%. The smaller categories are land use at 0.77% and solar energy at 0.48%. Programs supporting homeowners, these programs represent real tax relief. But from a valuation standpoint, they also reflect how the city is strategically shaping taxable value across our portfolio. They represent a meaningful part of the city's commitment to affordability and support for those who need it most. Assessed value, the assessed value equivalent is what we're translating here. The assessed value equivalent in fiscal 24-25, the elderly disabled tax freeze was valued at $42.3 million. It is currently valued at $50.2 million. The solar abatement program was valued at $629,000 approximately, and is currently valued at $2 million. And the disabled veterans tax exemption was valued in 2024-25 at $63.7 million. It is currently valued at $78.7 million. Our total portfolio, including exempt property, is valued at $15.2 billion. Our exempt property is roughly 19.28% of that. 59.5% is government, which is federal, state, and local government, and the other 40.45% is considered charitable, to include religious organizations, public service, nonprofits, and several tax-exempt entities under the IRS code. Our top 10 neighborhoods by assessed value are as follows: Downtown Commercial, Apartments North, South Roanoke, Apartments South, Windsor Hills, Valley View Commercial, South Roanoke 4, Grandin Court, Raleigh Court 2, and Virginia Heights. What's also notable is the Valley View Mall reflects the highest value concentration per parcel in the city. If you look at Valley View Commercial, it's valued at $348 million over 70 parcels. That's an average value of $4.9 million per parcel, as opposed to what is considered our highest assessed area, which is downtown Roanoke, at $533 million parcels. For $33 million over 326 parcels, with an average value of $1.6 million. And if you want to think about this, those 10 neighborhoods represent 27% of your overall value. This is to provide a geospatial context. We plotted these neighborhoods, excluding apartments. This helps illustrate how the value concentration is distributed across the city, with the majority being in the southern half and one, number 6 at Valley View in the north quadrant. Rental concentration throughout the city. These are single-family homes and multifamilies that are not in the apartment neighborhoods. If you notice, Northwest has the highest concentration at 39%, Southwest at 28%, Southeast at 19%, and Northeast at 14%. Construction activity, 2020 to present, has produced us $880 million in assessed value. And if you look at it, the lowest concentration is the Northwest at 16%, Northeast 18%, and then you go on to have Southwest 30%, and Southeast 36%. Now I'm going to discuss the development activities that we see upon the horizon. There are a few of these development activities in the city. We have divided them by the quadrant. While they don't reflect them all, these are impactful by nature and consequential. Northwest, in Town Square, the Academy Sports and Outdoors is coming online at Town Square. At the completion of this, and along with a couple other projects, Town Square will be considered between 92 and 95% occupied, which is a great development there. As you know, as I noted earlier, Valley View Mall has our highest concentration of value, and Kickback Jackson's coming on board. There are also other developments, but at present, there's been no official announcement. And also the Market on Melrose, which provides a needed development in the central northwest quadrant. I also like to make a note here that Northwest is currently the only quadrant that does not have a major residential development. Development activity in Northeast. Starting to the left here, we have East Point Apartments, which represents the largest apartment complex in the history of Roanoke, 768 units. And then there's going to be a Wawa developed right across the street from it. We also have 92 hotel rooms going in it's known as Town Place Suites by Marriott at Blue Hills Village. And then Mountain Brook Estates and Kings Walk are the residential developments there. Mountain Brook Phase 3 will be approximately 40 home sites, and Kings Walk has approximately 10 home sites. Southeast, I had the privilege, my team and I went out the other day on the Korean Biotechnology Incubator Lab. I think there's a grand opening this week or next week. Impressive facility. Then we have the Presbyterian Community Center in Southeast Roanoke providing youth development, educational, and family support services. And of course, there's Riverdale, who plans to break ground on $100 million in projects in 2026, 266-unit multifamily project, and a medical facility of approximately 56,000 square feet. Southwest, I mean, this is going to take a while. It's doing extremely well. The yet unnamed 22nd and Richelieu Apartments, what that's going to do is going to appear like there are 11 townhomes, but it's actually going to be 22 units. Then we have Kagi Townhomes, 25 units, Brandon Village Townhomes, 29 units, Oak Crest, 36 lots, and Wilton still has 44 units coming online. The Carilion Tarpon Center is projected to open in 2027. Also really impressive at this point is what's going on along Franklin Road. Franklin Road has substantial investment right now. You approved a plan unit development at 1908 Franklin Road where the Bank of Botetourt is going in, but also there's an unnamed hotel. I think they're in the last stages of negotiating, so they'll be ready to announce at some point. You also have National Bank, Atlantic Union Bank, National Bank of Blacksburg, Atlantic Union Bank, Member One, Ridgeview, and Bank of Botetourt along that corridor. So the banking industry is constituting itself along the Franklin Road corridor, which is great for us. And before we move on to the next slide, the super region is being targeted for 2,500 new homes by a national home builder. Roanoke City should see between 10 and 17% of those 2,500 homes, according to the project manager that I talked to last week. This is just a snapshot here of where we are right now. Our median sale price is $234,000. In February, we had 83 sales. The average days on market is up 24 since last year, up to 56 days on market. And then the median list price is $299,000. Price per square foot is $168 per square foot. We have shifting market conditions, rising inventory, and longer time to sell. It is becoming a buyer's market. Pending what goes on nationally, about a month ago, we had a 5.98% mortgage rates. They're eking up to 6.1 to potentially 6.5, depending on what's going on nationally, which could hinder activity in our housing market, but probably with about a 12-month delay. 6-month median sale ratio for our team. This is our report card. This is how we gauge where we are relative to sales, relative to assessments. Right now in the Northeast quadrant, we're at 95% of assessment sale ratio. Northwest, we're at 94% of assessment sale ratio. Southeast, we're at 93% assessment sale ratio. And Southwest, we're at 93 assessment sale ratio, with the median sale ratio of 94% citywide. In summary, we are on solid ground, strong investment, stable assessment sale ratio, and future opportunities define us. I'd like to remind you that 3 years ago when I took the job, one of the things I said at the outset, or at least at this same sort of presentation, was that as long as we have a shovel in the ground, the city's tax base is going to continue to expand. That story remains today. All right, thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bratton, for that excellent report. Questions or comments from council? Mr. Volleson.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of look at the northwest quadrant, because that's been a place that we have not seen as much development and investment probably in a while, but at least this year. And so I'm wondering, what's the, we see that Southwest is a strong market. We see that Southeast has some movement, and even there's a lot of vacant land in Northeast that's starting to be turned over to apartments and things like that. Are there any things that we can do to help make Northwest a more desirable place for development?
I think right now, if you look at the housing market, especially what we're seeing is really about, finding a place to live. I think ultimately the answers lie with developers. I mean, developers have to want to go in certain neighborhoods and work. And, maybe there's some way to incentivize that. I mean, if you notice, they have the highest concentration of rental property, 36%. And then when you look at the lack of investment, what is that going to do there as far as, I'm concerned about, generational wealth. I mean, what is that going to do to have an impact there? So we have to find a way to, foster investment there, whether that's, apartments or a single family, 55 or 65 or older communities. You can find different sites throughout Northwest to do that on. You just need to, got to have the developers partnership. That's all it is. I mean, especially when you think about a national home builder coming here. I mean, I think it's on the low end 250, on the high end 325 properties coming to this area. They're targeting 250. It has to be that the development is, you can find a home for that development there. Great opportunity, though. I mean, seriously, with 36% of, rental properties, great opportunity.
Yeah, and I also think about that area that's near Cove Road. There's a lot of larger parcels that are over there by Cove and Hirschberger. Where possible.
Typically, when they come in, they like large sites. I mean, they want to come in, they want, they'll let the land developer come in and do land development, and then they come in and they'll drop 10, 15, 20 homes.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate, I think you've talked to us in the past about the strong desire as we build out new neighborhoods, the strong desire to have outdoor amenities, where people can get to a park real easily. And, each of our neighborhoods seem to have that. So the importance of keeping up our parks.
Yes. Yeah, we have a lot of, I think those amenities are strong for our neighbor. I think when you talk to most people, when they move to areas, they identify those areas as being, solid areas of where they want to transition to and live. I mean, everybody walks now. A lot of people walk and enjoy the park, so you're right.
I
Our
just had a
recreational
friend to
amenities-
move here from another state, and she was shocked at how quick you can get to a park anywhere in our city. So,
Yeah, those
Thank
amenities are very important.
Anybody? Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Bratton. I know that we have a lot of financial challenges right now, but I also have a lot of hope that we have some really exciting stuff on the horizon. So thank you for all of your work, and appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Bratton, and thanks to your team.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is reports of committees. Do we have any folks on council who serve as liaisons or appointees to any boards that you'd like to report out today? We have no unfinished business, so we'll move on to introduction of ordinances and resolutions. Number one is the repeal and replace ordinance number 43269-091525, accepting and appropriating fiscal year 26 Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority funds to correct a scrivener's error. There's one ordinance, there's one measure in ordinance, and I'll entertain a motion in second.
Move the ordinance.
Thank you, Council Members Nash and Sanchez-Jones. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
An ordinance to repeal and replace ordinance number 43269-091525, adopted September 15th, 2025, by adopting an ordinance to correct an appropriations error in connection with accepting and appropriating Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority funds for FY26, amending and reordaining certain sections of the Virginia OAA funds for FY26, authorizing the execution of any required documents on behalf of the city, appropriating funds detailed more fully, infra, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any discussion by members of council? All right, Madam Clerk, we are ready for the roll call, please.
Hagan?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez-Jones? Vice Mayor McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. Nash?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Powers? Mayor Cobb?
Aye, and the ordinance is adopted. Thank you all. Item 2 is a resolution authorizing the allocation of funding in the amount of up to $400,000 in the fiscal year 27 capital improvement plan to support the stabilization, restoration, and sympathetic adaptive reuse with facade retention of the Washington Park Caretaker's Cottage into a community-oriented amphitheater space. Before we get into the process for this, what I'd like to do is we will open the resolution, which means we will move and second the resolution, which just means that it allows us to be able to debate and discuss and then make any amended changes to it if that's the will of the council. After we do that, take that action, I'll invite anyone who signed up to speak to do so at that time. That'll be the next part of the process. Then I'd like for council members to share questions, concerns, comments that we have related to the resolution. And then once we're done with all of that, we'll look at any amendments that we would like to make if that's the will of council, or if we just want to move ahead with voting on the resolution. So we have one measure, a resolution, and I'll entertain a motion and second on the resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, council members Hagan and Nash. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title paragraph?
A resolution authorizing the allocation of up to $400,000 in the FY27 Capital Improvement Plan for Washington Park Caretaker's Cottage and directing the city manager or designee to provide a letter of support to Friends of Washington Park and community organizations and groups to pursue grants, complete a condition survey, and undertake tasks related to the restoration of the structure.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know we have some speakers signed up, and so again, the same guidelines apply from earlier. Once your name is called, please come up to the podium. The mic is live. You'll have 3 minutes to share your comments, and I'll have Ms. McCoy invite the speakers up 2 by 2.
All right. The first 2 speakers, Dr. Brenda Hale and Allison Blanton.
Welcome, Dr. Hale.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Reverend Dr. Joe Cobb, Vice Mayor Terry McGuire, all of the city council members and city manager, and of course the city attorney and Ms. McCoy. I'm very glad to see everybody. I'm thankful for this opportunity. Born December 22nd, 1945. So therefore, at the Old Borough Hospital, I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly in this community all of those years. But I stand before you today as the 11th term president of the Roanoke branch in AACP, bringing forth the message: we stand in support of the resolution presented by Councilman Faison Nash. We feel it is just and a workable solution regarding the Washington Park Caretakers Building. What I would ask of the council members to consider, don't take away from the African American community. I pose this question to you. Haven't you taken enough from us already? Just consider this investment resolution of reparations to the African American community, because it's just the right thing to do. The community would be grateful for the approval of this resolution that Councilman Faison Nash is presenting, for being an equitable solution regarding the Washington Park Caretaker's House. We greatly appreciate all the work that Councilman Faison Nash has done to this, and we look forward to the conversation today, and we look forward to the resolution hopefully being passed unanimously, so that the community knows that all of Roanoke City Council members really care about this particular issue that we have fought so long for. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Hale. So I don't see Ms. Blanton. I believe she had to leave. All right, so we'll move on to the next speakers.
Ms. Sylvia King and Sharon Fritz.
Welcome, Ms. Fritz.
Okay, I'm here today to urge City Council to vote yes on the Washington Park Caretaker's Cottage roof stabilization and community space, because this will encourage other organizations to give even more funding to the project, and it will provide a community space for people to congregate in such a historic and beautiful location. when we were there last year, there are so many trees, and it was so nice and cool and shady. And we just had a great time, and we look forward to having other events there as well. And so please vote yes for this current plan, because it could be really good for the community. I think it's the best idea that I have heard for this. And so it would stabilize, it would take care of the roof and provide community space. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Ms. Fritz. Welcome, Ms. King.
Welcome. Thank you. Forgive me for my mess. Got some issues. Welcome, Mayor Cobbs. Good to see you, Vice Mayor McGuire, and the rest of the councilmen and women, City Manager Ms. Turner, and Mayor and the lawyer. I'm here for 3 different points. Okay. Happy Easter Monday, first and foremost. Everybody has a want, desire to achieve a goal. Number 1, Sharon and I, we represent Bragg's, the bus riders of Roanoke. And we have the sorriest bus stop, and it will be announced later. And one of the bus stop area was personally Walmart Valley View shelter during the snowstorm. I had a personal experience with that issue because they closed out where the bus stop where Belts was, so we had to walk all the way down to Walmart Valley View, and that snow was really bad. And by the time I got to the bus stop, the bus left me. Okay? So that's the issue. That is one of the sorriest bus stops. And there is money. We're talking about budgeted money. That particular Walmart definitely brings in finance into the Valley View area. Number 2, Friends of Washington Park, the Evans Cottage. I support, and we talked about this years ago when Mayor Lee was, that an amphitheater would be great over there near Washington Park because they have so much land. Now, who would have thought how we was going to do it, but by using and support the idea that Evans Cottage could turn into an amphitheater. Now, the key of it is, the question to me is, how are we going to draw more people? Are we going to be able to draw a lot of people with the amphitheater and the next generation to be able to do shows, tell stories, we need to perfect the youth, and I believe that is one way to doing it, also with the pool over there, okay? As that Mr. Knoll said, he said, if you can build it, they will come. And the word come means to me is that C is for children, O is for older age, M for middle age, and E for elderly. So that means that's the whole human race. It's all people. And I got one more point to make, and this is my 3rd point. There's a November 2026 City Council election and re-election for the fiscal year of 2027. There are 3 seats that's going to be open. Okay? Who will have we the people best interest at heart? Because I want to make it clear, we the people have the authority and the power to seat each seat in front of us. And we the people are going to watch and see who have our best interests at heart. Now, when y'all go for this vote for the Evans House to turn into an amphitheater, we're going to see who is with the people and who's not with the people. And I thank you all for your opportunity to hear this, but I hope y'all go in prayer and think about this is good for the next generation. Okay? Thank you so much.
Ms. King.
The next 2 speakers Polly Branch, and Troy Eichelberger.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you for this time, and I wanted to bring up a couple of concerns regarding the longevity of the project. I do appreciate Faison Nash's resolution and attempts to clarify the process that Friends of Washington Park and neighbors and families have attempted over the last couple of years to work with the city, but it's been very unclear as to how to do that. And so I think that's what your resolution is trying to clarify, which is great. I definitely want to encourage everyone to support it and vote yes, and recognize that there's not a clarity of where the allocation of $400,000 would be presented. And it seems like you definitely want us to continue working with the grant cycle, and which we are prepared to do, and to finally get into the condition surveys report, which we had requested last fall. And so it's time to get in there so we can make that assessment, so we can get the steps done in order to get the allocated amount of money available, and inspire and encourage and excite everybody who wants to support this project as well now, especially knowing if the city of Roanoke is behind it and with their allocation opportunities. I've been a volunteer with the Engaging Roanoke Neighborhoods back in 2022. I was really excited to see, how much emphasis was going into emerging neighborhoods and neighborhoods that needed more access and connection with how to proceed in development and economic viabilities in the neighborhoods that are underfunded or less experienced. It was frustrating, but I'm still holding hope that we're going to each year, each decade, get better and better at communicating the needs and seeing the creative ways of meeting those needs. And there's, the depths of recognizing the history of Roanoke is not just a black and white issue, of course. We're all in this together, and the Washington Park land happens to be a part of the original settlement of Roanoke. So it's a whole community. It's, the 200-year, we should be excited, getting ready for the celebrations coming, and recognize the history of that land, that particular part, those particular parcels, and that specific one-of-a-kind two-chimney brick home, still standing all these years since 1837. Ideally, it would be a complete building, so it would be completely historically recognizable. But I appreciate your willingness to not knock it down and find an alternative way of using it for the community and for gathering spaces. As an artist and some associate with engineers, there's some wonderful ways that you can do that to also ensure that this is not just a one step towards another type of demolition. I don't know why people even want to destroy it. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So let's start where we are, clarify the process, and get this done. We need the roof, we need the bricks stabilized ASAP. Thank you. I'm a little nervous, but
That's all right.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branch.
You did well. I tell you, the caretaker's house is shovel-ready.
Welcome, Mr. Eichelberger.
Thank you, sir. Happy belated Easter to everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City Manager, and all pertinent staff concerning this meeting. I pray for and support the efforts of all who have come before Council, especially the school board. We both are pursuing for the betterment of our community, information, education, and restoration. Honorable Council, I appeal to your heart and not your will. Your will allow you to do one thing, but your heart will allow you to do the best and everlasting effort for our community. This is my theme, equity in our city. Just like I lean on Jesus for help, I'm going to lean on an iconic Trojan dog standing guard at Roanoke Fire Station number 7, Grandin Village. The Dalmatian had to be relocated for construction for the new fire station back in 2018. The structure's platform was made from bricks from the original firehouse from 1922. What was the year that the caretaker's house was built? The Trojan dog came home with a parade of fire trucks. February the 14th, 2021, Angry Dog Pew wrote, "Attention, Mayor Sherman Lee, the dog needs spots to be historically accurate, inclusive for American Firehouse mascot." Source, 10 News, working for you. Published February the 13th, 2021 at 6:50 p.m. Well, Mayor, Council, the caretaker's house needs immediate restoration where she has been standing since 1837-1840, a symbol of Black history, but deep in the heart of Roanoke history. The house has never been put on the back of a truck or moved, but has been a place for those who cared for Washington Park after a day's labor to lay their backs. Council, we are lax to restore the caretaker's house back. She's still standing. That's a fact. Since 1840, to be exact, she was put on the most endangered historic place in 2024. Council and Roanoke City, let her suffer no more. In Jesus' name, please support the preservation of the caretaker's house. Please, equity in our city.
Sir.
The next two speakers, Kathy Carter and Anita Price, will be the last speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but I barely missed out on the sign up to speak, so if I could please have your permission after Ms. Carter to go up.
What I'll have you do, since we've named it two, I'll have you come up after Ms. Price, okay? Thank you. And if you can get your information up here to the clerk, and if you haven't turned it in already. Okay, thank you. All right, let me ask, are there any other people who want to speak to this that did not sign up? Okay, what I need you to do is write your name and your address on a piece of paper, and please give it to the officer in the back, and they'll bring it up so that our clerk will have it. I do want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. Welcome, Ms. Carter.
Oh, good evening, Mayor, City Council member, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and staff. My name is Kathy Carter, and I represent the Friends of Washington Park. And we have been in this, I guess, a fight to save this cottage that is so significant to this community. I just want to point out that we have 28,000 Black lives in this city. And we represent a very small portion of the city's population. But the park itself and the cottage represents not just a small community, but it represents an entire race of Black people who suffered through segregation and many other things, enslavement, that all occurred right there on that land. And I just want to say that I want to thank Councilman Nash for his lead in this effort and the work he's put into this project. I also want to thank Vice Mayor McGuire, who's been very instrumental in our parks. We served on the Parks Board together, and he's been working at his mission and making sure that our parks are up to par. I want to thank Councilman Hagan for our work and support with the Gainsborough Gainsborough organization. And I want to thank Ms. Evelyn Powell as well, Powers, for her support in parks. And it's something that's very dear to her heart. But I do want to say that we want more than a stage. We want a table. We want a seat at the table where we can have open, honest communications. That's all these citizens from generation after generations have been seeking, is to restore the park. And I know Allison was here and she was going to speak on the preservation point of it, but I just want you to see that this is a bigger picture. We're talking about an entire race of Black lives that matter. And I just want that to just drive home and just think about that. The people have suffered more than 60 years of coming to the city council and pouring out their hearts, telling their stories, raising more trauma in their lives. And how many more years, decades, will they have to come back to council to do this? There's no more time. The time is now. This is the time that you can be a champion to do something just and fair for this community. And I want to say that the Friends of Washington Park has accepted Councilman Nash's resolution for the cottage. Thank you.
Ms. Carter. Welcome, Ms. Price.
Good afternoon to each and every last one of you on the dais, and I appreciate your taking time to hear me on an issue that really has just come to light over the last few days. So what I have to say is not going to be in compliance with what has already been stated, but I am here speaking. First of all, I want you to know as an individual that I am not in support of allocating these funds for the caretaker's cottage. There are many, and I have many personal reasons, and I also want to say before I forget that although I may be standing here before you, please know there are so many people who are out there in the public who are also feeling the same way as I am, that this has been a rushed decision and that it is not viable. So let me get to my printed comments, which I've sent to some of you, to all of you by now. This has been going on for many years, and for the most part, the suggestions that have been made up to now have been discounted as not being feasible. With resources being as scarce as they are, I do not understand why a suggestion of an amphitheater is being proposed when one is being planned right now at Gainsborough Library, which is only a few blocks away. There's also the consideration about parking for that particular area. In the meantime, after all these many years, this structure continues to deteriorate to be the eyesore that it remains today. Recently, when it was revealed that the original Washington Park pool had to be relocated, the presence of the cottage had a negative impact on the design of the now existing pool. My husband and I are on record of our disapproval of reducing the size of the original Olympic-sized pool. Our objection was that we were concerned about the Black children, especially the children of that community, in restricting their development and their swimming abilities. In the past, swim teams have trained and practiced at the old pool, teaching our children to become strong, confident, athletic swimmers. It has been now replaced by a splash pool. We may never know the impact of the design and what it would have on the children as it relates to their swimming capabilities and future opportunities. And lastly, in regards to scarce resources, I am concerned that with funding already being reduced for our schools, I am dismayed that the city would give funding to a project like this one. I'm almost done. I have no problem with private investment being made for the cottage, but I take issue with funds being poured into a structure that is already on its last leg. I cannot fathom this project when there are dozens of dilapidated, run-down houses all over Gainesboro and throughout the city. Affordable housing still remains an issue for us. We as city residents know all too well that our city is under financial challenges. I struggle to understand how this funding comes about, and I recall many a discussion of understanding the difference between needs and wants. With so much financial insecurity that we're faced with, including programs that impact families and children being slashed, the cottage just does not measure up as a need, not at this time. I know you have many difficult decisions to be made, and I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Price. All right, I believe,
We have three additionals that have signed
Okay.
up. That is Jane, Gabrielle, Christian Burnett, and Dominique Harton.
okay. So I'll invite Ms. Gabrielle. Jane, come on up.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council. I just wanted to tell you a little story. For the Daisy Art Parade this year, I have the honor to build a giant puppet of librarian Virginia Lee. As I have done my deep dive into the research, I think I love to do, into Miss Lee and her legacy of preserving the collection of African-American literature that she assembled, I'm always just so disheartened that councils of yore instructed her to throw those items away because they didn't matter. I am dismayed to read in the ensuing years how many times this city came to close the Gainesboro Library. That beautiful, beautiful library, they were going to close it when Melrose opened and on other occasions as well. That is why removing history from this community is so traumatizing, because it seems like the city comes for our history very often in the many years, and people don't realize it anymore. Washington Park is not just the Northwest Park. I think that I go to these meetings about planning for the parks, and they still look at it as a quad. Like, that's the Northwest Parks, and this is the Southwest Parks. But because of Washington Park's history, since 1922, until segregation ended, that was the only park for African Americans and their family. That park doesn't belong to Northwest Roanoke. It belongs to a people who are scattered all over the country, all over the world probably. But that belongs to a people and their ancestors, and that's why this cottage is important. I beg you to please consider saving the cottage. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next is Mr. Burnett. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Manager, Ms. City Clerk, and Ms. City Attorney. My name is Christian Burnett, and I'm a student at Patrick Henry High School, and I'm the president of the Roanoke NAACP Youth Council, but I'm also here on behalf of the Friends of Washington Park. I'm here today to speak in support of preserving and rehabilitating the Caretaker's Cottage at Washington Park. This is bigger than just a building. Washington Park holds deep historical and cultural significance, especially for Black residents in our community. The Caretaker's Cottage is part of that story, and when we even consider tearing it down, we risk erasing a piece of that history. At the same time, I understand the need for progress I understand that our city should grow, but progress should not come at the cost of our history. True progress means finding ways to move forward while still preserving what matters. Rehabilitating the cottage gives us that opportunity. It creates a space for community gatherings, arts, education, and culture, something that would bring people together while honoring the past. But I also want to address the concern about adding conditions that allow the cottage to be demolished if certain funding is not awarded. That kind of condition would create unnecessary uncertainty around something that should be protected. Our history should not depend on a what-if situation. This decision is about more than just funding. It's about trust. It's about whether this community can believe that when we say we value history and equity, we truly mean it. As a young person in this city, I want to grow up in a place that preserves its past, respects its people, and builds a future that includes everyone. So I encourage you to support the rehabilitation of the Caretaker's Cottage without conditions that put its future at risk. I also support efforts like Mr. Nash's resolution that would remove the uncertainty and ensure the Caretaker's Cottage is preserved without any conditions. We urge you to please pass that resolution. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Dominic Harden.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cobb, Vice Mayor McGuire. My name is Dominic, here speaking on behalf of myself, and I am here today to speak in support of the resolution proposed by Councilman Nash. And, you know, to me, Washington Park and the Caretaker's Cottage are living pieces of our city's collective history. They reflect a horrible legacy of injustice, but also the power of resilience, struggle, and hope for so many in our community. And look, I do understand that this is going to be a difficult budget year, and that there will be tough choices and compromises that we have to make along the way. However, to me, this resolution does present a compromise. It allows us to preserve an important part of Roanoke's history, expand outdoor recreation opportunities, while also being conscientious about the limited resources that are available to us. So with that being said, thank you for your time, and I encourage you all to vote yes on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. All right, I believe that's all of our speakers. Thank you. All right, coming up, Dr. Manns, this is our last speaker. Welcome.
First, I want to give an honor to God, and I'm not going to call your names out, but to all of you honorable people in this city that are alleged to be here to help us. I've been astounded by this meeting. My name is Dr. Essie Jeanette Delaney Manns. I grew up in abject poverty. The fact that I'm still standing tells you that there's a God somewhere. The problem that I have with anyone standing here saying, keep acting like you're not practicing racism when you ignore the factor that poverty created the decimation of Washington Park. Jobs that are created. You go outside and hire people who are ignorant to our history, and then they come in here and say, oh, put the money on so-and-so. Let me tell you one thing. I live, Mr. Nash, I'm so proud of you for what you're doing, and all of you, because I think you see us, finally, we are human beings, just like you. And if somebody that sat on that council or sat in this audience, took those millions of dollars that you used to hire outside people, then you wouldn't be sitting here in ignorance, not knowing the truth. That is the only space that we could play in. Many of us died. I soon will be, daggone, I shouldn't tell nobody, but God has blessed me because I've been shot up, banged up, beat up, tortured in this system, and ignorantly treated discriminatorily the way you are doing this park. How are you going to save the children if the children don't have a place to run and play? How are you going to save the children if they can't stand up and say, oh, I come from Roanoke. Oh, I hate Roanoke because the Star City doesn't shine on poverty. You created that poverty by not creating jobs. When I was young, they had jobs all over Northwest, back up by my house, at the Mackeys and everywhere. Now that I've aged, somebody came in on council and said, I'm scared to go where the black people go. Well, I can't buy a freaking gun when I can't afford a piece of bologna. Stop playing games with human lives. Nobody, I don't care who you are in this room, is any better than anybody else. But God forbid that you destroy our children and not leave them finally a safe place to play. They don't have that in the inner city, Roanoke. They don't have that down in Northeast at Fallon Park. Recognize those children and act like they are your children and treat them like they're human beings. If you don't, then God bless you, because sooner or later, the day will come when you have to pay for you acting like you're ignorant. That Evans house belongs there. People will stand here that know nothing about Roanoke and say, oh, look at the poverty. I didn't create the poverty because I ain't got no money. So why is that when I got an education? God bless you. Take care of our children. And don't keep playing the games like you don't know when you're wrong. I love every one of y'all because you're doing a great job. But my children need you. I hope that since I'm getting ready to be fourscore, that I live to see the awesome job that you're doing, young man. I love you. Because God presented you here to tell these people the truth. Stop acting like you're ignorant. Go visit your community. And I love y'all too. Y'all got money in the community.
Thank you, Dr. Manns.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. So next, we're going to move on to discussion from council. And I can either do this popcorn style, or I can just start at one end and work my way across. Ms. Powers, why don't we just do that?
First of all, I want to thank every single one of you who've come here and talked, and this has certainly been a hard decision for everybody. There are people who are for it, there are people who are against it. But I do believe that we're all put here for a reason. I believe we're put here to listen to each other, to trust each other. You know, I've not been on this council but just a little over a year now, and everywhere I go, I hear people tell me how they distrust us. That really hurts my heart, because I have given the city of Roanoke 45 years of my life. If you don't think that not giving the schools their money cost me great pain, it did. My children went to school, but I can tell you, we had to make the best decision. And I certainly hear what every one of you have to say, but I did read an article a few weeks ago that the Cardinal News did. Dwayne Yancey did an article on outdoor entertainment. And it really struck me because I really hadn't thought about that, about, why is it that our Civic Center is not making it? It only holds 10,500 people. And more people are coming to bigger venues like outdoors and outside things. I listen to our people here that tell me what brings them to Roanoke: our parks, our mountains, our outdoors. So I hear you, and I want to support this, but at the same time, I do believe in the end, there has to be a time that we can see, can we get the grants? Can we make this happen? So can we all work together to make this happen? But at some point in time, there has to be an end if it doesn't work. So that's just where I stand.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Mr. Mollison?
Powers, I think it's important that you brought up the issue of trust. And I think that there's been a lack of transparency by some of the members of this council. I read about this resolution, the same as everybody in the public, on Thursday when it was released. I have been in the discussions about this park for the past 3 years as I've been on council. And in our discussions, I had thought that we had resolution multiple times. And what's happened is that some of the council members have used the closed session to continue to move the goal lines. And I don't think that's right. And I think that's why we're here. And I'm glad we're having this discussion outside of closed session, because that's just not the way that we should be doing business on this council. We should always be working together. I should not be blindsided by a resolution that has not been discussed in any way, shape, or form. So I wanted to say that first, that there's been a lack of transparency. I also want to get to some of the facts. Back in 2023, when I joined council, we met with the Friends of Washington Park. We had 2 things that we wanted. 2 things. A clear plan for the future of the building, including long-term operational funding, and an appropriate level of fundraising that reflects the support of the community for the project. As of this writing, we have still not received a decisive plan for the building's future and maintenance, which is exactly why it didn't receive the BIPOC grant this past year. My understanding is that Friends of Washington Park has raised roughly $8,000 over the past 3 years, which is not enough to show broad community support for this project. Neither of those 2 requests have been fulfilled by council after 3 years. I would also note that I have spoken with many people in the community, and those same people talk about how they have no connection to the park, how they have no connection to that house. And when you go and talk to historians of our city, like our former mayor, Mr. Harris, I went and asked him, I said, is there a historical reason for this building? And no was the answer. And Reverend Harris does historical markers all throughout the city. So I believe that if he felt there was a need, that he would say so. So I don't believe that there is a huge amount of support. I believe that it is a 500 square foot building, which would be very hard for us to use. We're also asking for $400,000, which is something that we don't really have. When I asked where that $400,000 was coming from, the most likely source is the general fund balance from the schools that we kept and are holding right now. Just like Evelyn Powers, that was the hardest vote I've ever had to make on this council, was to change the funding formula to the schools. And now I have council members putting a vote on the dais that would then take an additional $400,000 from the schools. And I don't feel that's correct. I think that's an improper way of doing this, because we made those decisions knowing that it's not easy, knowing that we need to amputate the leg to save the patient. We've done big cuts even within the city itself. So I don't see how doing $400,000 for an amphitheater, which again, we are already using ARPA money to do an amphitheater in Gainsborough, near the Gainsborough Library. So ARPA money can't be redesignated at this point. It's too far along. So the question, where is this money going to come from? And unfortunately, it's going to come from our children. I also, to be honest, the amount of money required to demolish the cottage is about $50,000. The amount necessary to deconstruct and store the pieces of the building facade for future repurposing is $150,000 to $200,000. This resolution is proposing $400,000 funding an amphitheater idea, which we don't know the actual full cost of. Why? Because we haven't talked about this opportunity. And if it is 400, that's the starting point, not the ending point. We'll have to maintain it for years. These are, again, the things that we asked for from Friends of Washington Park 3 years ago, and we still have not received. So there was no plan, and now it's an amphitheater plan. Given these facts, I don't believe that council should be wasting $400,000 of school money on a cottage project that has consistently lacked broad community support, is redundant, and would require money we do not have at this point. I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mollison. Mr. Nash?
Yeah, thank you. I will first start by making a motion. I'd like to make a motion to repeal Section A under Part 5.
I will acknowledge your motion, but I would prefer to wait until every council member's had an opportunity to discuss, and I will make that the first motion for consideration.
Thank you. So my second point, I don't come to rash decisions. One thing about me is I'm thorough. I am precise, and I give everything I do great thought. And this is something that we have talked about for over a year. This is something that around this time last year, I tried to get a resolution for us to put in the application to show city support to the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, and we needed a unanimous decision to do that. And unfortunately, there was one council member who did not see value or support in us supporting that resolution to send to the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. And when they, because, you know, internet, email, text messages, phone calls, FaceTime, Teams messages, they all go both ways, right? Communication can go bilaterally. So when I was doing the work and reached out to the Virginia Department of Historic Resources and asked them how come we did not get the BIPOC grant, and was there any type of information we can have as we continue to pursue this opportunity, they gave various reasons as to why those who were grading did not deem this, although in her words exactly, and I'll read some of it. Overall, this project scored highly and was a strong application, with reviewers noting that it is an important rehab project that was also well conceived. And then she goes on to say how competitive it was, but it still ranked near the top. Some of the reasons why some of the comments that were made was good project, though not as much engagement with existing BIPOC communities. Future use not clearly defined. However, it also goes on to say significant structure that has been slated for demo, saved, but needs more support. Unfortunately, due to lack of planning and future use, to use point, I cannot support this project. So with this resolution currently, because that shows support that one of the reviewers said they didn't see, was what I was trying to do last year when one council member didn't want to sign on and support it and it had to be unanimous. But this year, this is our opportunity to, number one, show them the clear use and the end goal. And number two, show them our city's commitment to this structure and to the history of this park. To this being the only park that Black people in the city of Roanoke had, and the only park that the Black people in Roanoke had to use, them putting a landfill and an incinerator to burn garbage in, to then becoming a park that is, in my opinion, one of the least invested in parks that we have, although it's one of our biggest, and due to the size of it, could have the most potential. I'll also go on to mention that it is important to note that this money, $400,000, wherever it may come from, the only option is not the schools. And it is disingenuous, and it is a play on people's emotions to try to bring up the schools as this is where the money's coming from, when in fact, available funds listed were also $2 million taken from the Riverdale project that was set aside to pay the interest associated with the $10 million forgivable loan that City Council voted to give to the people developing that property that the taxpayers have to pay back starting next year when it's converted to permanent financing. And also $760-something thousand for something pertaining to a 911 additional unit. So if we want to draw a line and itemize where this $400,000 could come from, I just gave you two well thought out, areas where that money could come from that leaves the money we took back from the schools completely unaffected. So to sit here and say that this money is harming the schools is utterly ridiculous.
I would prefer that we refrain from applause or cheering or booing. Please let all of our council members respectfully share their thoughts.
And the last thing I will say before it comes back around, 'cause I'm sure I will have to respond to something that someone would just say. When our EEAB went and did their community engagement for an apology for urban renewal, there were many items that the community identified that they wanted done. One of those items in section 3 of what they presented us included the restoration of historic sites, cultural memory, and public acknowledgement. And under there, restore the Evans House, begin parentheses, caretaker's cottage, end parentheses, as a symbolic restorative action. And I think that right now, in this point in time, Roanoke City Council has the opportunity to decide which side of the vote you want to be on when we look back in history. We have a huge mountain to climb economically as a city. We all know that. I'll be here dealing with it for a long time. And unfortunately, with that, also takes away the opportunity for us to do a lot of the actionable items that the citizens, the people, identified as a way to make amends for the atrocities that Roanoke City Council did decades ago to the Black community, where my grandparents grew up and lived. So this is the opportunity for us to be able to do at least one of those actions and put our money literally where our mouth is. And before we even continue to go down the road of talking about any sort of apology in any way, shape, or form, we need to put money where mouth is. And this is how we do so. Whoever can go next and go next.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. We appreciate that. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am strongly in support of the resolution, and I agree with Councilman Nash that it's an opportunity for us to both move forward and make amends, but also to build something that will be put into active use and will contribute to a stronger Washington Park, and I think will contribute to our economic development goals. And I just want to say a few things really quickly. I'm encouraged by the support that we've heard from the Equity and Empowerment Advisory Board. As Mr. Nash just laid out, it was one of the items that they clearly identified support from the community for the cottage. Allison Blanton had to leave early. She had planned to speak on behalf of in support of the resolution on behalf of the Roanoke Valley Preservation Foundation. We have support from the Friends of Washington Park. We've received letter of support from the Christiansburg Institute, and we heard today that the NAACP is in support. So that really heartens me. I think that is a good group of people that I'm comfortable standing with. I want to say one thing about some facts, because I do appreciate that we are having this conversation publicly. And I want to dispel one inaccurate piece of information that keeps getting pushed back out into the community, and that's that the size of the pool was made smaller because of the cottage, and that is absolutely not the case. The parking lot design had to be changed because of the location of the house. It was cost and cost alone that resulted in the pool having to reduce in size. That's just a fact, and we can talk about that afterwards. I'd be glad to converse with anyone, but I think it's really important to get that matter out there. And the last thing that I want to say is that I think that the $400,000 is a significant chunk of money. I acknowledge that with everything that we have going on, it ain't nothing. But Mr. Nash has done a lot of research and work with members of the community, and I believe in from his research and talking to some of those same folks, that the $400,000 is going to largely knock out the bulk of this project. And then he and I have talked about a capital fundraising campaign, which if he wanted to pursue that, I would be glad to lend my name and support to help with any remaining funds. And then I think to go back to the grants, we didn't get the grant last time, I think in part because we did not have an end use in mind, clearly defined, and we didn't have strong demonstrated support from City Council. I don't know why for decades City Council let that building sit there and dilapidate and become a liability and an embarrassment and an eyesore. I don't know why they did that, but what we're doing today is trying to change that and move forward. And what I believe is that when the city, I hope that this resolution passes, and I think that with majority support of putting money on the table, $400,000 committed to this, and a clear end use that is supported by the community and a robust set of members of the community, that we will be able to access grant funding this time. So I very much support, I forget who was encouraging us to not let up on the grant applications for the BIPOC grant. There are a lot of opportunities out there. So I think that, just throw that out there, that it probably will cost more than $400,000, but we will be able to cover that, I'm confident. And I'll just close with again saying it has really been an honor and a pleasure to work with Councilman Nash and all of the members of the community on this project. I think that it is an incredibly, incredibly important historic asset to this city. And yeah, it tells a really important story about the contributions and the experiences of Black Roanokers and the story of integration and segregation. But it also, if you don't care about that, I think you should, but if you don't, it also tells a really important story about the founding history of Roanoke. So it's important to all of us. So I think it's a great thing to support. I think that it will be a well-used, well-loved amenity in the park, and I think that there's a lot more we can do down the road to continue to draw people to the park, to highlight these historic resources with some signs, some placemaking, a local civil rights history trail. I think we have a lot of these kinds of really irreplaceable assets in our city that are just hiding in plain sight. And what we often do is we let them fall down, or we tear them down, and then we come in behind and want to put up a sign that says, hey, something really important once stood here. If that's all you can do, great, but I think if you have the opportunity to save the structure, to save the facility, to save what it is that's important, you should do it. And so I hope that that's what we do today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Sanchez-Jones.
And for the sake of time, I'm not getting distracted. I am going to read my comments. I, like my council member, Balasin, was surprised and frustrated to see this resolution on our council agenda, especially as we continue to emphasize transparency in government. In this instance, I do not feel that we were transparent with each other. I'm also disappointed as I believe that this issue had been already resolved. While I appreciate the historical and cultural significance of the Washington Park Caretaker's Cottage, I have concerns about the timing and the funding source. The $400,000 proposed for this project comes from funds previously taken from our schools. I believe that those funds should be returned to support critical needs such as after-school activity, transportation, which allows many of our students to participate in sports and tutoring. Additionally, these funds could also be used for salary increases for our employees who provide essential services and continue to face rising economic challenges. I'm also not comfortable moving forward without a complete condition survey, a clear cost analysis, and a long-term sustainability plan.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez-Jones. Mr. Hagan.
Ooh, fire and passion. That's always great to see, honestly. So I'm going to not bury the lead here. I'm going to be voting in support of the resolution. But one of the reasons why, and if y'all will indulge me for a brief time, has to do with my family's history. So some people know this. I'm half Lebanese. When we came over, we weren't allowed, and that's the easiest way of putting it, of being able to have a store or live where we wanted to in this city. So we settled over on Henry Street, and we had a store front over there, a grocery store, Weeby Grocery. And unfortunately, obviously, with urban renewal and everything came through, and it tore everything down. The only history, evidence that we have, apart from documentation and deeds, comes from David Ramey's paintings. And that's something which is lost. And I bring that up because once you destroy or demolish or remove history in any way. You're setting a precedent for all time from there. It's like cutting a thread. And the reality is that this body has a very long history of, we'll say, decimating the Northwest community. That is a reality that we have to face. The reason why we have an Equity Empowerment Advisory Board is partially to deal with this. The reason why we have an apology is specifically to address these things. The reason why the apology does include preserving as much as we can of the cottage is because of this. It's a chance to rectify, and it's not going to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and I wish it were. I absolutely do. But it's something that we can do. So for me, this is an easy vote. And I hear the concerns about where the money is going to come from, but what we are saying as a resolution is a priority. If I'm wrong, we are not technically allocating those funds, correct, Ms. Carini? Okay. It is saying that this is a priority for us, that we would like to see this done, and this is a chance to give community groups a chance to get grants that will help preserve. So that's where I'm at, and I know there's a criticism of that view because I'm letting my own private conscience dictate public policy. There's a quote from a really famous movie and play, A Man for All Seasons. When statesmen let their private conscience, or don't listen to their private conscience, they lead in service of their public duty, they lead their country on a short road to chaos. And I'm paraphrasing because Robert Bolton does a much better job of being a Wright-Smith than I can. So that's where I'm at. Where I see that. So yeah.
Thank you. Well, I want to offer
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, just one correction. The resolution does authorize the allocation of up to $400,000. Then it further says that City Council will allocate funding in the amount of $400,000 in the FY capital improvement plan. So it is allocating the funding.
I think what Mr. Hagan was saying, this is not an appropriation ordinance, that this would direct the city manager to put $400,000 in a CIP.
That doesn't necessarily come from the school.
Very slight difference, but very important.
I have a question. Ms. Turner, is the $400,000 coming from the school money? That would depend. So we've submitted a balanced budget, including a capital improvement program. What we provided to you all in your 2-on-2s was the funding that was left over. I'm sorry, my voice is going in and out, so bear with me. So what we put in, what we talked about in the 2-on-2s was the allocation that transferred from over to school, and Mr. Nash is right, there were a couple other things, the $2 million from the Riverdale project, and the 911. And if you also remember, part of that money was also allocated for the Jefferson Center.
I want to just offer a couple reflections, and I appreciate everyone's thoroughness in sharing your questions, your concerns regarding this resolution. So I want to start by just saying, I think many of you know that I spent years studying and doing a dissertation on Old Lick Cemetery. That occurred during both urban renewal and the Interstate Act. And while the removal of the bodies was not directly related to the urban renewal projects, it was related to the Interstate Act to make room for the interchange. One could argue that another reparative act would be to find ways to remunerate the families whose loved ones' bodies were moved to Coiner Springs Cemetery. But that's a difficult thing to do. And though that part of the cemetery is gone, there is a group that's dedicated its work over the last 6 years, Friends of Old Lick, to preserving that cemetery in the best way that it can. That leads me to my ethical dilemma about preservation. And it's really centered around two things. One is we can't preserve everything. We simply can't preserve everything. So what do we choose to preserve? What are the kind of central, whether they're iconic, symbolic, whatever, properties? What must we preserve to preserve the history of our people and our city? So that presents a dilemma to me. I faced that dilemma early on in council when, though this was built much later than the Evans House, Fire Station 7. I don't know, somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 people signed a petition to keep it. But after talking with the firefighters who reside in that building and realizing all the obstacles and that in the end only 3 walls would be remaining, it did not make sense to me to preserve the building. What did make sense was to take components of the building and repurpose them for a greater good. Mr. Eichelberger, you referenced this in the comments about the foundation for the Trojan dog. That foundation was built out of bricks from the old fire station. The bricks were used to create new things within the new fire station. They're part of the integrity of that building. They add to the foundation of that building. And there were so many other things that were utilized to create something new that continued the legacy of that station, but also built something new that created a greater good and a greater service for the community. So that's the dilemma I'm dealing with here. I can see from a very historic standpoint, this is one of the oldest buildings in the city of Roanoke, and I can see the value in wanting to preserve that. I've not yet been convinced of the enduring value of that for the greater good based on the size of it. I think of the options we've considered, an amphitheater with a facade portion of the building makes the most sense to me because it's contributing to the greater good of the community. It's not restoring the building as a whole, but it's essentially utilizing parts of it to create something that could be a part of a greater good. And it ties in with, the larger, I think, vision that we have for Washington Park, which is to add more amenities to the park itself in every part of the park. So that leads me to 2 things, which I still don't have clarity on. I don't know what the greater plan is for Washington Park. I know we've had a lot of input related to that park, and there is a lot of land. It's one of our biggest parks, and I think we have some limitations on what we can do, which is still the portion of it, which was the landfill. That's why we had to move the pool, essentially. So not knowing what that is, it's hard for me to kind of project into the future how any kind of repurposing of the Evans House would be toward that, although I can certainly see the benefit of it. The greater question to me, and I have to take this seriously because we don't have unlimited funds, is the cost related to however we preserve this. We know that, up to $400,000 could go alongside a grant if it's received. It could go alongside community funds that may be secured through a fundraising effort. But we have, short of doing that and short of getting a grant, we don't know how much money that's going to be. And I do not feel comfortable with just having an open wallet related to this, the preservation of this building without clear estimates of what potential costs would be. My hope is that with the survey, we've had an engineer look at the building structurally. I think this survey is designed to help understand what can be restored inside because the bottom line is there's going to have to be new construction, whatever we're talking about here. Some of the materials are going to have to be taken out because they're just simply deteriorated, they're in bad shape. So however we look at it, some of it's going to be gone and some of it can be preserved. So how best do we preserve what is usable? Because there's going to have to be new stuff built. And I don't know what the long-term costs for that are. Even with an amphitheater, there's still going to have to maintenance costs. While you may not have someone operating it on a daily basis, someone's going to have to manage the use of it and the upkeep of it, and that's going to fall under our Parks and Rec. So we have to keep that in mind. What are those annual costs going to be? So part of my hope in asking the city manager through the resolution to support the survey is twofold. One is that there's already been a grant secured to cover the cost of that survey. So it makes sense to me to do the survey. I agree with that. I hope that out of that survey, we might have a clear estimate that would, I presume, also be included in the application for the BIPOC grant, and that we would have a clear idea of what amount of funding would go not only toward whatever restorative design there is, but also toward longer-term operational, because the bottom line is it's still on land that the city owns, so therefore we are still responsible for the upkeep of the property. And we have to budget that somehow. So and the last thing I'll share is this, and it's kind of tied in with preservation. I really wrestle with this because as a clergy, and I don't often say this as mayor, but as a clergy, I bury people all the time. People have a life cycle. We're born, we live, we die, we experience trauma, we go through everything. There's no way that we can preserve people physically, but we can preserve the legacy of people. Build a similar life cycle. Now, we can argue, and I get this, that buildings are built to last longer than human beings. We know that. But I also believe that buildings have a life cycle, and they have a season. And so part of my dilemma is, what is the season of this building? What is its life cycle? And what are our intentions in trying to preserve it? And for me, it boils down to whatever we preserve of this, whether we keep the facade and create an amphitheater out of it for a greater good, we're still going to be taking part of it down. There's still going to be some element of deconstruction for there to be preservation. So as you can see, I still have some unanswered questions about this, but I do believe the survey, I do support moving forward with the survey, I do support moving forward with the BIPOC grant. But if that grant does not come through and no additional community funding comes through, I will have a very difficult time supporting any additional funding from the city to preserve this. At that point, I would prefer that there be conversations on how to carefully preserve the pieces of the building, the parts of the building that can then be repurposed for a greater good, and that the Friends of Washington Park be involved in that process. So I'll open it up to any other discussion, and then we'll go into potential amendments or motions.
I wanted to go straight into that.
Okay, well, we can move into that. Now, I did say Mr. Nash had one that he wanted to bring up, and to honor your request, I'll let you share that one now. Oh, did you just have one more comment?
Just one.
Okay.
The one thing that I want to put forward is, I don't know how to put this in words, but our city manager's had a difficult position to walk into. And all of us up here on council hasn't always been the ones that made the decisions in the past, and that building has sit there for a very long time in the same condition that it's in, wrapped up. And so I I want to support our mayor, and I hear what he's saying too. I just feel like we need more information before we do this. And I'm not against it, and I hear everybody. I truly do. And I respect the money that we took from the schools. I truly do. But what I was trying to say earlier, maybe I didn't get my words out right, is at some point in time, we have to get all of the information to make the right decision. And honestly, I don't feel like I have that right now. We haven't done the survey. I think we need to do the survey so that we can make the appropriate decision. The last thing I want to do is walk out of here and have more people call me how stupid I am because of the decision that we made on cutting schools. That has been the hardest thing to go through. And it has been very hurtful to have people tell me what an idiot I am. And I have heard that. I want to make another story about something that's very dear to my heart. When I was a young girl growing up in Catawba, Virginia, I went to school with some black children. I had to watch them get berated on the bus. My parents went to the school and said how horrible this was, and nothing was done. The only trouble I ever got into in school was taking up for that person on our bus. So to hear the people say what they want for your legacy and your black community, I understand that. While I've never had to experience that on my own person, but I've had to watch a very, very dear friend go through that really broke my heart and destroyed me. For all my life, I've remembered that. And always, my parents taught me, never look at somebody and treat them bad. Look at them and understand where they came from. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I truly feel like that I don't have all of the information. And so I want to respect you. I want to respect what our city manager has to go through. And I understand what our mayor is saying about, we need more information. So that's just where I am.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nash.
I make can we proceed with the,
Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to make the motion that we strike out section A under item 2, where it talks about proceed with deconstruction of the Washington Park Caretaker's Cottage, so on and et cetera. Just because if we're trying to do this to strengthen, we at any time, and we all know my support, so I'll never take a vote to tear down the cottage. But that's a conversation we can always have after we've literally allowed Friends of Washington Park and Christiansburg Institute in. They've not even been allowed in by us to be able to do the condition survey. So to find that information that they need to be able to answer some of these questions, they've not been allowed in to do. Their work plan has not been approved, or they've not received any communication on. So we have to give time, because we've wasted a lot of their time. So that is my motion, is that we strike out section A. I don't know how you refer to these things, but part A, under 5, and keep the remainder in there.
All right, do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, discussion.
Mayor,
Mr. Volleson?
I had a different amendment. I don't know how we want to do that.
Is the amendment related to this motion?
It is related to what would happen if the grant does not go through, which would be possibly deconstruction.
Well, let's hear your amendment and then see if it applies to this motion.
I feel it does, but if it doesn't, then by all means. So I would like to suggest that what it's going to cost to deconstruct, store, and use the pieces for a future adaptive reuse is $150,000. So I would like to amend the amount from $400,000 to $150,000 and give the Friends of Washington Park until December of 2026 to get any grant funding that they would like, that they can get. And if they're able to get the grant funding, then that $150,000 goes to revisioning and readapting the space. And then if they don't, then that 150 goes to the deconstruction and storage for later use.
Okay, well, I see it's somewhat connected. Ms. Carini, what do you recommend at this point?
Suggest that you vote on Mr. Nash's motion to amend.
Come to the next one? Okay. All right, let's do that. That was my inclination, but I wanted to make sure. All right, the motion before us, any other discussion?
I'm really confused now.
So the motion before us is to amend the resolution to remove, under item 5, it would remove,
Deadline.
Remove the
are you saying it would remove what it says in 5 down to A?
Remove A, yes.
But you would also want to remove 5?
No, just A.
Just part A.
So it would read, by October 31st, 2026, if funds are not secured through proposed grant applications and/or community donated funds, the city manager is directed to engage with residents, local historians, and community stakeholders between now and the year 2031 to determine an appropriate and enduring means of recognizing the historical, cultural significance of the former building site. That implies that it's being deconstructed. So it would make more sense to me if you're wanting to repeal that you would just take out all of 5.
Then I want to amend my amendment.
That could be a friendly amendment to your motion.
Strike
All of 5.
all of 5 then.
Okay.
If I just want a clarification. So if, by removing that, we're then saying that we wouldn't proceed to deconstruction and storage, that wouldn't be an option. We would then have 5 more years to kick this can down the road.
Well, that's,
If 5 is struck altogether, that's the only one that references 2031, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
So that's in there too? I'm sorry, I don't have that. Thank you.
so what would remain is essentially the provision for the survey, that if funding is secured, that a letter of support and will provide a right of entry. So everything else above that is essentially related to support for the survey and the application for the BIPOC grant. Now, if we choose to repeal this, we can certainly come back once we've received word of the BIPOC grant and move to deconstruct at that point. One of the reasons that this was recommended to be included was that there be a clear deadline. That because, you know, with these uncertainties, I'm not going to support anything that's open-ended for the rest of eternity related to this structure.
That's my general worry and what I would, so if we repeal this, that would get rid of the timeline, or?
Unless we would amend it to say something like this, by, let's say, December 31st, 2026, if funds are not secured through proposed grant applications and our community-donated funds, council may reconsider deconstruction of the property. I mean, that's just one thought. It's not, I'm not offering that as an amendment, but I just, so.
I think it will be clear. Your suggestion.
So is everybody clear on what we're voting on currently? Okay.
Voting on
We're
Councilman
voting
Nash's
to,
amendment.
yeah, it's to remove item 5 altogether. So the resolution would end with item 4, which says the city manager or designee shall provide a right of entry to Friends of Washington Park and other community organizing groups to have a condition survey of the structure completed by July 6, 2026. And it would include the appropriation of the $400,000. Or the
Direction to the city manager.
the direction to the city
allocate
manager to
400,000, not an
allocate
appropriation,
400,000,
because-
right.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it's a separate amendment. So that we have to vote on whether or not we want to keep the amendment as, or the bill as it is, ordinance as it is, minus the deadline. Yeah, the deadline with deconstruction.
All right. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Right.
Remove Section 5 about the deconstruction by October 31st.
Now, I would argue that by including a sense of clear direction and urgency about this, it could have the opposite effect with the funding agency, that this is vital, this is on the line, so we may want to support this. I'm not saying that's how they will go about it, but that's a counter-argument.
Can I ask a question, Mayor? I understand the desire for a deadline. I wonder, where did October 31st come from, that being such a, it's so close? And, you know, we've been talking about this council the entirety of my time on the council. I know it's been something the community's focused on for a while. So what's the rush to close it all, or to end it on October 31st?
That is after the window of the award announcement for the BIPOC grant.
Well, with that, I would just say, you know, my understanding of where the 400K came from was a best estimate for what completion of the project would cost. And I think we could prudently assume that there might be additional cost. But again, I think one of the reasons we didn't get the BIPOC grant was there wasn't clear support from the city, and we didn't have an end use. What we have right now before us is an end use and an opportunity to show a clear support for the project by not appropriating, but giving direction to the city manager to earmark 400,000. That should, I really feel confident that that does two things. It helps show the private sector and donors who might be interested in making a donation to this, that the city is serious about saving it, that we have a plan, and we're going to put some money on the table. So if they were on the fence about giving us a $5,000 or a $10,000 donation, they can feel better about doing that now. And the grants, when we apply for the grants, to show that the city is putting $400,000 on the table is going to be a significant, I think, strengthening of our case in the grant. So it's not, and it's not just the BIPOC grant that this project could be applicable for funds. So I don't know why we would close it off on October 31st. And I certainly wouldn't want to do that around just one grant application cycle.
I would say that we have given beyond, in our discussions, there have been deadlines that have been met and passed. That's why I mean about the goal lines being changed. And so this has been going on for at least 3 years that I've been on council. It needs to be resolved. It's just getting kicked down. It continues to be pushed on. It continues to be pushed on. So, you know, by doing what I'm saying in my amendment is that it gives you time for, you know, any kind of grants that are left for the rest of the year. And if those are achieved, then great, then the money goes there. If not, then the 150 is there for us to deconstruct and again, use in a future time.
Where did that figure of 150,000 come from? From the city manager. Was that shared with all of council?
It's a question I asked, yeah.
Okay.
And yes, it was. It was in one of those closed session meetings.
Okay, well, again, I think we're having this conversation publicly for the first time, and I think that that is what we're trying to do, is move on and put this behind us. So I think in some regards, I agree with you.
All right, so the motion is before us. Any other discussion on this motion to amend? All right? All right. Ms. Sanchez-Jones?
I just needed to see it in writing before I vote on it.
Okay. Well, the motion, as I understand it, the motion is to amend the resolution by striking paragraph, or item number 5 altogether.
Are you're still seconding the friendly amendment? Yes.
Any other discussion on this amendment to the resolution? Everybody clear on what we're voting on? Okay.
I'm just concerned about the $400,000.
Okay, well, we're not there yet.
Okay.
We're just talking about item 5, which doesn't say anything about $400,000.
Oh, no.
Anything else? Are you ready to vote on the amendment, proposed amendment? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. And this is, if a yes vote means that you support striking number 5 altogether from the resolution.
All right, I'm ready.
A no vote means you don't support striking it, then it would still be, if it doesn't pass, it would still be on the table for amendments.
Mr. Hagan.
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones. Vice Mayor McGuire.
Aye.
Mr. Nash.
Aye.
Mr. Volleson.
No.
Ms. Powers.
Aye.
Mayor Cobb.
No. And the resolution is amended to strike item 5. All right, now I'd like to move to Mr. Vollison's amendment. And Mr. Vollison, if you could please state that again.
So the amendment that I would like to make is that the, well, now that that's been struck, let me see. So I would like to move forward with, I'd like to amend the amount to $150,000. And again, this amendment would basically, if the grant funding and all that is found by the end of this year, then that money would go towards the revisioning and reuse. If it is not found by the end of the year, then we would move forward with the deconstruction and storage for future use.
So with that last bit that you added, would that be something that you would want to include in the resolution under item 1?
Yeah, I guess that would probably be the best way of doing it.
That's
yeah.
fine.
By December 31st, 2026, if funds are secured through proposed grant application, $150,000 will be applied towards the project. And by December 31st, 2026, if funding is not secured through the proposed grant applications, then the $150,000 will be applied towards the deconstruction. It changes old 5 to 2
New 5.
options.
Okay.
Yes,
But it would also change the amount in paragraph 1 as well.
correct.
All right. Discussion, or I need a second. Is there a second on this?
Second.
All right. The motion to amend the resolution to include a new paragraph 5, which would adjust the amount allocated to $150,000, which would need to be changed in paragraph 1, not paragraph 1, item 1, under be it resolved, and added to item 5. Discussion on this amendment. Vice Mayor.
A clarifying question to the, Ms. Carini. Does the suggested amendment tether the amount to the success of getting a grant? Like, if we don't get any grant money, if the BIPOC grant isn't secured, is that $150,000 not on the table? Is that what I heard?
The way it was described, I was just trying to make it clear. Mr. Volleson is proposing changing the entire amount allocated from 400 to 150. And then I think is secured, that 150 will go towards the project. Not secured, that funding will go towards deconstruction.
But I also heard in that it's not specifically connected with the grant, but it could be community funding as well. Is that right? So it's broader than just the grant.
Just so that I understand, the way that it was originally written by Councilman Nash is that there would be a commitment of $400K, and then we also have the opportunity to do a public-private partnership and grants to fundraise. Councilman Vollison's amendment would say that if we do not get the $150,000, or say that.
I would kind of say it as almost like a matching grant, where we're happy to give the $150,000 if these things are secured and you're able to get the funding, show that the funding is able to be gotten, then, you know, the money goes to it. And then if we find that it has, you guys, you know, like it doesn't get the grant or any of that, then we make the decision in December to deconstruct and store the building for future use.
And keep in mind that we've removed the decision to deconstruct from this resolution. So it would have to be a separate resolution brought forward at another time. And it could just say, should the decision be made to deconstruct after December 30th?
Yeah, that can be, yeah.
Which still leaves it a bit open. Other discussion?
I would just like to add, part of my reason for choosing 400,000 as a very specific amount of money is because, one, in talking with professionals using their expert opinion, not being able to go in and do hard cost analysis and things of that nature, but hard cost, you know, with my concept of removing that rear wall, gutting the interior, taking out old wood, taking off the roof, redoing a new roofing system, securing the foundation, 400,000 was in the realm of being able to, we would have to put it out for bid, all those type of factors. But that was in the realm of being able to perhaps do the entire project. Aside from that, my goal was, even if 400,000 was not enough, and let's say they came back and told us it's going to take $500,000 to bring this amphitheater concept to life, our community and Friends of Washington Park and Christiansburg Institute having to fundraise $100,000 is much different in much of a more even or less steep of a hill for them to climb, and for us on council who are going to work to try to help raise some of these funds is a lot less steeper of a hill to climb versus with $150,000 saying we have to fundraise and find grants potentially for $350,000 with a timeline ticking in front of us.
I'm not saying that you guys have to raise $350,000. What I'm saying is that if it gets grants, then we continue forward with the money that we're setting aside. You know, I understand that you're thinking that this is going to be 400,000 or less, but I think or more, but this gives the council the opportunity to see what's going to happen with the BIPOC grants, see what's going to happen with other grants, and start to give us a sense of what our next budget is going to be like, so that if, you know, we go forward and it does get the grants, then you have 150,000 immediately that you can go ahead and use. And then in our next, once we have a fuller, they've gone in and done the study, we've figured out exactly how we're going to use this thing, then we can go through the typical budgeting process in the next year to finish it off.
Which will have begun
Yeah.
before the December 31, end of the year.
Yes.
And can we do all of that, though? We could still do that without the deadline in the resolution. Like that, to me, that is a problem because it creates an unnecessary deadline and hurdle.
I don't believe it's unnecessary when we've given deadlines before and those have been broken. So I need, that piece of trust is not there at this point. I would hate to leave this open-ended because it has been, that thing is also an attractive nuisance. So
We had an opportunity, you know, last year when we were debating this for city council, all of us were asked to sign a letter of support. We could have sent a unanimous letter accompanying that BIPOC grant.
Well, we did send a letter.
We did not.
We did send a
We
letter.
did not send a unanimous letter because there was one member who didn't want to. So you're talking about trust and that we should trust your amendment, that you support, you know, with this amendment, this will help us get it done. But you're not supportive of the project, so why should we trust you?
I'm not, and I will tell you, I was less supportive of it when you guys asked for that letter because there was even less that you knew about what was going on with the project.
Well, I respectfully will be voting against your amendment because I
all
don't trust that you have the best intentions for the cottage in heart.
All right.
It was a resolution.
Best intention of the people.
It was, yeah,
It was a
we didn't do a resolution.
We did do
a
a
letter.
resolution.
We
The
did a
mayor
letter.
did do a letter.
Yes.
But we did not do a resolution of solidarity.
So I want to remind us to continue to be respectful of each other on this dais. This is a difficult and challenging discussion, and we all have our perspectives. And so let's keep that in mind as we move forward. Is there any other discussion on this amendment, which would add, it would change item 1 to reduce, it would be 150,000 instead of 400,000, and it would add paragraph 5. And Ms. Creaney, would you mind reading that again?
Proposed by December 31st, 2026, if funding secured through proposed grant applications and/or community thousand will be allocated towards this project and the efforts. By December 31st, 2026, funding is not secured through grant applications and/or community donated funds. Park Caretaker's Cottage, and to use 150,000 towards that.
So, a friendly amendment. Because we just struck item 5, which removed deconstruction, I would prefer here that we say, read the, it could be used either toward funds that have been raised or received through grants, or should council decide to move forward with deconstruction, it could be used toward that. I think the should in there is critical, because we would have to make a separate resolution
Yeah.
to take action on that.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, is everybody clear on that?
As mud.
I know, it's a lot. It's a lot. I appreciate your patience. It's been a long day. I appreciate your patience and commend you all for your work on this. All right, then I believe we're ready to call the, now, again, a yes vote on this would be in support of the amendment to reduce to 150 and add that paragraph 5. A vote against this amendment would essentially be to leave it as it is. Okay? All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Hagan.
No.
Ms. Sanchez Jones.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McGuire.
Nay.
Mr. Nash.
No.
Mr. Volleson.
Aye.
Ms. Powers. Mayor Cobb.
Aye. And the amendment fails. So what we have before us is the resolution as is with paragraph 5 gone. Any other amendments to this resolution? Mr.
I'd
Volleson?
like to make an amendment of the amount from 400,000 to 150,000, keeping paragraph 5 off.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Didn't we just vote to not do that?
That's
as
my
part of-
understanding.
And I could be wrong, like, I mean,
Well, there's two pieces to what I just did. So is it not a
I'm
difference?
confused. What you want to do?
I just want to basically change the number from 400 to 150,000.
Well, I
Believe
think
that
we
is
just
a
did
table.
that. I mean,
Did we?
Well,
we just voted against reducing the amount to 150.
and, I mean, I can see Councilman Vollison's point, where,
And-
and also that, so it is.
Well, if we want to, if we
I mean,
want
we can
to,
have another vote.
we can do it. The
It's up to
amendment's
you,
before
man.
us. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the amendment, which is just to reduce the amount in the document from 400,000 to 150,000. No conditions, nothing, just as it is. It's just reducing the amount. All right, Madam Clerk, so a yes vote is to reduce the amount to 150, a no vote is to keep it as it is. Right, Madam Clerk.
Wait, I'm sorry.
All right.
No is keep it as is, correct?
No, it keeps it as it is. Yes is in support of the amendment to reduce it to 150.
And it leaves off the deadline, correct?
Yeah. All right?
Mr. Hagan?
No.
Yes.
Council, yes. Vice Mayor McGuire?
No.
Mr. Nash?
No.
Mr. Volleson?
Yes.
Ms. Powers? Mayor Cobb?
Yes. And that amendment passes.
Yes.
So the resolution as it reads now has reduced the amount to 150. There are no conditions on that. It supports a survey, and I believe, Mr. Nash, doesn't it include the survey's completed by July 6, 2026?
90 days.
90 days.
Well, I had 90 days in my original.
Yeah. I think that's still. You want it to say 90 days or July 6?
It's 90 days.
It is.
It's April 6th, so.
Okay, okay, good. All right, so are there any other amendments to the proposed resolution?
I have an amendment.
Yes.
I would like to amend it to $350,000.
So I have concern about, this is going to go back and forth.
Yeah.
It is.
And, here's what I would like to say. I think we're making a commitment here.
Yes.
Period. It's gone from 0 to 150,000. The proposal was 400,000. We are not including any sort of deadline in here whatsoever. I would say there are two things that we could revisit at a later time. One is adjusting that amount pending what comes in. And the other is the matter of deconstruction if there's no movement on any grant funding or But the bottom line is, at some point, we have to give direction. And what this does right now is it gives direction to the city manager to allocate $150,000 toward this effort to allow the survey of the building, of the structure, and to, I believe, a letter of support to apply for this grant. Those are the three things that I think so I would caution us from voting back and forth on trying to get this to a reasonable number. I understand where you're coming from, but I think 150,000 is a solid commitment, especially since we don't know fully what the short-term and long-term estimate is going to be.
And I would argue, Mayor, if I may, the reverse. I would argue that if we say, okay, $350,000, and then we find out that it's going to be, and maybe it won't be, right? But I'd much rather us front load this and say we're going to set aside or allocate a larger portion of funds versus in the situation that we're in a situation where we're lacking funds.
So let me ask this question of council. We've got a range of 150 to 400. Is there anywhere in that range that there might be consensus to settle on? It was a 4-3 vote on 150. Is there anything in that range that there might be consensus around? Ms. Sanchez-Jones.
I feel like the 150 is quite reasonable under the financial circumstances we're in now. We put in 150 without knowing what they're going to find. So we could leave it for, we did the 150 now, and if it's feasible, for the next year, we could look into, see how much money we could put into it. But right now, without knowing what we're going to find, 150, I think, is reasonable.
So what I'm going to do, because it was offered as an amendment, is to entertain the amendment, but I want to caution us from going much beyond this. So, Mr. Nash, if you'll make your motion again.
I make the motion to amend the resolution to reflect the amount of $350,000.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, I don't know that we need any further discussion on that. So a yes vote is to support increasing it to 350,000, a no vote is to keep it at 150.
Mayor, I do have a comment.
Yes.
My only concern right now is I'm really worried about putting money out there that we don't know what we have.
Why?
Because I'm going to tell you guys this, and this is going to happen. I tried to warn people when I ran, stop telling people that you're going to make it affordable to live in Roanoke when you don't know what you're talking about, and it didn't happen. And we can't raise lower taxes. Next year, you're going to be faced with, are you going to raise real estate taxes? And I'm here to tell you, when I left the treasurer's office, October 1 of 2024, I had 600 people making monthly payments on their real estate that were already delinquent. Now, every year when their assessment went up, and we didn't raise the rate, the $1.22 stayed the same, but their payment went up. So I'm just a little worried about us making decisions right now that the council next year is going to have to make a decision. What tax are you going to raise? You're going to raise real estate taxes, or are you going to raise personal property taxes? Because we don't have any more money to find to pay the expenses of the city. I mean, I want to do this, but I think we got to scale back a little bit and worry about where all this money is going to come from.
It's clear where it's coming from.
From the children?
And that's not true.
It is
All
true.
right.
And the point is, no, go ahead.
You
Ma'am.
can go back and
All right.
give more money, correct, Mayor?
And we can also go
Correct,
back and give
Laura?
less money. It works both ways.
So we have a motion on the floor that we need to vote on, unless there's discussion on the amendment.
So just to understand, the $150,000, the reason why we proposed that is because that's how much it would be for demolition and storing and everything else, right? Correct? Okay. So, yeah, I think that that's sending a message that that is what we would like, not necessarily that we want to make sure that there is some preservation. So that's the concern I have.
I would say that it doesn't, the 150 is more than zero.
Yeah, so
But
is
Also,
350.
that it's just that we know what that amount is, right? And it is something that has been discussed multiple times as a possibility. So, if that's what ends up happening, it doesn't have to be that. Like, it's not in this amendment.
Correct, but that's
Yeah.
what you have stated from this dais. as being-
So-
That's what I
That's why
previously
asked.
stated as part of that amendment.
And
Yeah.
that's what I just asked.
Yeah.
That's
All
why I asked the question.
But once we adopt this resolution, all it says in this resolution is that we support $150,000 going toward this project, period. Period.
A letter of support.
And a
for the
letter of
project.
support and a survey. So it overall supports this whole initiative. There's nothing in there about deconstruction or anything else. That would have to, if that was a decision that would be made, it would be made at a later date. So I just want to be clear that this resolution will clearly state, if it's adopted, that we move forward with a survey, $150,000 toward this, and a letter of support for the BIPOC grant. That's the bottom line. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a amendment that's been seconded before us to raise the amount to $350,000.
Seconded. I got Mr. Nash.
Mr. McGuire seconded. If you vote in favor of this, then it would change a yes vote supports changing it to 350, a no vote keeps it as it is at 150. Okay? Please call the roll.
Aye.
No.
Okay, hold it.
Okay, hold on.
A yes vote changes this to 350. Right. A no vote keeps it at 150. Okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
I had
Thank
a
you.
brain moment.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor McGuire.
Aye.
Mr. Nash.
Aye.
Mr. Volleson.
No.
Ms. Powers. Mayor Cobb.
No. And the amendment fails.
Fails.
Are there any other amendments before we consider the resolution as a whole?
Amendment to the amendments?
So now that the resolution as amended is before us, and and this was originally moved, so we've already had a second. Do we need to do that again for the amended resolution? Yes. So I need a motion and a second for the amended resolution that's before us. Well, do you want to move it? Oh, did you move it?
No, I just want
I'll
to
move the
second.
amended resolution.
Okay.
And I second it.
All right. So the resolution as amended is before us. Any discussion on the resolution before us? Survey. So if you support the resolution that's before us, then you support 150, you support the survey, you support the letter of support to apply for the BIPOC grant. If you're against a piece of this resolution, then you can vote against the resolution. We have questions for clarification or discussion, further discussion. Are we clear? All right, so this is a vote. If you vote yes, it's in support of the resolution as amended. If you vote no, you're against the resolution as amended. All right?
Hagan.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGuire.
Aye.
Mr. Nash.
Aye.
Mr. Volleson.
Aye.
It's been a long day.
Powers.
Sorry.
Mayor Cobb.
Aye. All right, and the resolution as amended is approved with unanimous support. Thank you all for your hard work on this. We have one other item to consider, and that is appointments.
All right. Sorry.
And unfortunately, it's sort of long. So I'm going to ask Vice Mayor McGuire to read the appointments and reappointments, and a vote in support of this, if you'll just answer all nominees. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. To the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals, we are reappointing Jeff Shawver, and he will need a residency waiver. To the Board of Trustees, City of Roanoke Pension Plan, we are reappointing Charles Brown Jr. To the City of Roanoke Finance Board, we are reappointing Miss Laura Carini. To the Court Community Corrections Program Regional Community Criminal Justice Board, we are reappointing Judge Hillary Griffith. She will need a residency waiver. Also to that board, we are reappointing Tiffany Keffer, and Tiffany will also need a residency waiver. To the Gun Violence Prevention Commission, we are reappointing Amy Hodge. Also to the Gun Violence Prevention Commission, we are appointing Pamela Smith. To the Personnel and Employment Practices Commission, we are reappointing Frank Rogan. To the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, we are reappointing Frank McGuire and James Pickens, both reappointments to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. To Roanoke Arts Commission, we are appointing Dawn Erdman. To the Roanoke Valley Greenway Commission, we are reappointing Barbara Dirk. To the Roanoke Valley Juvenile Detention Center Commission, we are reappointing Julie Payne. She will need a residency waiver. Also to the Roanoke Valley Juvenile Detention Center Commission, we are reappointing Gwendolyn Coleman. She will also need a residency waiver. To the Roanoke Valley Transportation Planning Organization, we are reappointing Ross Campbell. He will need a residency waiver. To the Virginia's First Regional Industrial Facility Authority, we are reappointing Mark Nelson. And to the Virginia Western Community College Local Advisory Board, we are reappointing Chad Scott and Beth Quinn.
Thank you. And again, just respond to all nominees if you're in support of these appointments and reappointments. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Hagan.
All nominees.
Ms. Sanchez Jones. Vice Mayor McGuire,
All nominees.
Mr. Nash,
All nominees.
Mr. Volleson.
All nominees.
Ms. Powers,
All nominees.
and Mayor Cobb.
All nominees. This council meeting will be declared in recess to be reconvened on Monday, April 20th at 10 o'clock a.m. in this chamber to conduct interviews to select 2 candidates to serve as trustees on the Roanoke City School Board for 3-year terms of office each, commencing July 1, 2026. Thank you all.
Thank you.